provide clients with the best possible experience in their TL needs. Currently, he is on the board of the local CSCMP Roundtable for the Rocky Mountain region. So that's my intro, and Tim, I will let you take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and welcome everybody, and welcome to those that you may be joining on the live stream. So today, Jim and John and I are going to be talking a little bit about what's going on in the world of logistics and material sourcing and commodity management. And we'll also be providing some solutions that for short term, but also long term in your manufacturing business. But you know, let's start out. It's an interesting time to be a manufacturing and supply chain professional in 2021 and 2020, is it not? Some of the headlines, right? How did the world run out of everything, right? The world is still short of everything. Get used to it, right? Toyota, who, you know, almost engineered the quality management systems of the 70s, 80s, and 90s, is going to cut their production 40%. Price increases are slamming Colorado farmers, right? Aluminum and steel prices are probably at an all-time high and the biggest increase they've seen since the 20s. And we've got 71 major, you probably have all your Christmas presents sitting out in Long Beach, off the coast of Long Beach in a container, right? But the one I like the best is it's a mess out here, right? So John, is it a mess out there?
Well, it's not the same for everybody, right? Everybody has their own unique business needs, so some are affected more than others, right? And you really have to, you know, we're going to take a kind of a high-level overview. I like to say a 14,000-foot overview because we're in Colorado. A little bit of less, right? I'm trying here. So anyway, transportation market, well, let's focus on that for a second, right? Because that's really driving, you know, the inefficiencies in supply chain. You know, last year in the second half, when, you know, basically things got turned back on, people were using transportation to really solve supply chain problems, right? Albeit super expensive and not sustainable. Everybody was kind of hypothesizing, hey, we're going to catch up, right? We're kind of in a tailwind of a bullwhip effect. We're going to catch up, and then obviously we'll resume at a kind of a pre-pandemic rate. Well, all of a sudden we realized that was not attainable, not an option. And why is that, right? Well, you look at supply and demand in transportation as a corkscrew, and the pressures, you know, really driving down that corkscrew are driving the demand for transportation, such as, okay, drivers. Drivers are a real problem, okay? Well, yes and no. The clearinghouse is keeping, what was it, a statistic earlier this summer, 40,000 drivers off the road. Okay, well, that's a good thing because we're all human at first. Let's keep the roads safe, right? At the expense of making our jobs harder, sure, right? But that's just one factor that's causing the pressure down. One, there's a tremendous amount of tonnage to move freight. Well, the infrastructure for transportation doesn't support the amount of freight there. So all of a sudden you're asking, you know, the current service providers or for motor carrier hire, right, to take on additional man with less manpower, right? Not a sustainable solution. So fuel prices, you know, and the list goes on, and it continues to drive down. What does that do? Well, it drives prices skyrocketing, and also availability, right? And sure, it's regional, seasonal, some of those things still exist, but with what severity, right? And again, it comes down to the individual, you know, kind of shipper, right? And how you want to strategize your plan. Now, I was at a conference last week, and typically these conferences are, hey, let's talk about, you know, best practices, you know, moving forward. But the common consensus was we cannot ignore what's happening today. Right? We have real problems today. Sure, we have to keep an eye, you know, we have to keep an idea of what we're going to move forward, but really we're looking for solutions, answers, and collaborate with each other to come up with something that we can take back and incorporate into our own business. So that's really something today. Not really going to. I don't have the, you know, the silver bullet. You don't have
the magic bullet, John?
If I did, I would sell it for extreme premium. Trust me, I would.
So Jim, in the commodity market, obviously some of the logistics challenges are trickling down. Just can't move goods, don't have capacity. But what is going on in the commodity market? Is it as messy as people would, as the headlines would lead us to believe?
Well, I think it definitely is. At Advanced Energy, we build power supplies that go into tools that make wafers and chips. And so it's kind of this vicious circle with regard to our customers wanting to amp up their capacities and such, but yet we can't get parts like we normally would to build the power supplies to get to them, and it just goes back and forth. And our arch nemesis definitely, when you look at all the commodity spaces, sheet metal machine, components and such for PCBAs, it definitely is that PCBA component space. Caps and even what used to be just slam dunk easy before, resistors or what have you, it just stocks and readily available parts are just not there. And so whether it stems from part of the logistics issue or factory capacity to build more parts, it all culminates in our day-to-day kind of block and tackle approach to try to find parts and alternatives and be creative. So.
All right, so I'm going to ask the million-dollar question. What is, in the short term, what are people doing? What are you doing? What are other suppliers doing to support and kind of dig themselves out of what is what appears to be a pretty big hole?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's this. I can't say that this crept up on us here because we've been battling rounds of issues here for the last 18 months. Especially first signs of the pandemic hitting in Asia and kind of taking down capacities there, and we kind of rose in the U.S. to the call to kind of backfill some of that and help our partners out and such. But it's just been a wave and such. What we're doing on a daily basis here and trying to get better at is just take a more forward approach to our planning and we've got some tools in place to help us do that. But look out way farther on the horizon as to what our forecast needs might be. Really working more closely with our customer than ever before to get some inkling of what's coming down the track. And extending our risk as much as we can tolerate to take a farther reach on components and place orders and at least get your position in line for these critical parts.
So there's a lot of speculating in the commodity market that he can probably put those orders out there, right? Because he knows he's got product that's going to support his product line coming in. What about on the logistics front when there's so much uncertainty where, trying to figure out what am I going to ship, right? What are some of the things you're seeing in the market, the local market, the national kind of U.S. market relative to being able to solve, hey, all of a sudden I need a half a truckload to go to San Antonio. How are people solving those problems today, John?
Well, I think it really comes out to having your strategy down from a transportation and how it connects with your business, right? Your supply chain. One thing I've learned in my journey in 20-some years is the transportation, logistics, and supply chain are all connected, right? And there's one commonality between the two. There's a relationship between people, process, and technology, right? When you say technology in the supply chain world today, it's like a fire hose of, we got this, we got that. So don't get hung up in there. It's just, for instance, transportation management systems have been around for a long time, albeit they're getting more sophisticated, easier to use, easier to implement. I think the real school of thought was, you get ROI on that at like 5-6% in a 12-month period. Well, that's just one piece of technology. But if you don't have the people and processes in place to support that, you're really not going to get that desired outcome, right? So I think it really comes down to the organization and really just looking at itself and saying, okay, what is the achievable outcome we want, right? So obviously the foremost one always is saving money. How do we get cost contained, right? Okay, well, there's one, and there's a lot of different facets there, but also risk management and being able to be predictive and agile, right? So there's best practices within each of those buckets that you can adopt. And I would say the biggest one right now, you ever heard that saying, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. If that's one thing I could walk away today with, just out of my own personal experiences within the last 18 months, it's really truly collaborating with those individual companies, really asking some questions, maybe looking through things a little bit differently from my optics and be able to connect some dots, make some recommendations. Maybe short term, is this something you can pull off and get behind? And that even comes with, executive sponsorship and project management. And if you have the bandwidth to do that, right? So there's a lot of different questions you really have to ask yourself, but I think it's worth it if you are really struggling at this time, and bringing experts in, like myself, to give $1 million advice for free in exchange for freight bookings.
So how are you seeing, I mean, is there, for people that, Jim, that have good supplier relationship and supplier management in place, are those supply chains working better for you? Or do the current issues of the day, be it capacity, labor, whatever, swamping those out too?
Well, we're definitely being haggard by, again, the current situation with the pandemic and people coming in and out of their positions and such, and our vendors, obviously kind of still working at maybe a 60 to 80% capacity rate due to headcount and the ability to keep people, on the production line and such. Advanced Energy, we have fairly narrow AVL for any commodity space, so very very few closely attached vendors here that we work with, in machine, sheet metal, what have you. And so it really does help, especially when times are tough like that, to rely on those good relationships, and mostly just to talk out, how can we creatively circumvent the issues that we have here, and talk about ideas here to address a shortage, or to find an alternative, or to work with a different sourcing solution, what have you. And so we're lucky that way. Again, our bandwidth and everyone's bandwidth is so tight. It's crunch time, and those relationships have mattered and make a difference.
So John, do you talk about some of the things going on with service level and pricing, right? We have heard that container prices are $25,000 for a 20-foot container. What's going on, outside of the seasonal, maybe some of the seasonal impacts we normally might see in the logistics market, but how are people making trade-offs now between pricing and service level with their transportation?
Yeah, and that's a great question, because I think that's nothing new, right? As you balance price and service, but what is the service available and at what price, right? So unfortunately, folks are faced with stock out issues, or machines running down, and spare no expense, up to air freighting or expediting methods of transportation. Again, super expensive, not sustainable, and obviously can dramatically affect an organization's bottom line. Being agile enough to plan in flexibility, or we're seeing suppliers too that say, hey, would you be okay with us shipping out of a different location, right? Meaning, hey, we may be able to manufacture this product. We have this manufacturing product in another, a geography. Meanwhile, you are on the hook for the transportation. Is your transportation network set up that you can easily flex and get reasonable capacity, that demand, to take advantage of that vendor's offer? I think that's one adoption. But when you go back to what's going on, one big thing that seems to be, that makes the most sense to me, is with all the containers being stuck on ships, right? There's just not enough containers in certain, and that's really just starting to see that ripple effect, right? You're seeing bottlenecks at ports, bottlenecks throughout the the global supply chain, both in Asia as well as in Europe. So I think it's being adaptable and being able to do modal shifting. When I say modal shifting, right, that's probably more pertaining to North America surface transit. In Colorado, the outbound market is pretty good, because we're a consumer basin, right? More of us here, we consume a tremendous amount compared to the amount of product that leaves the front range of Colorado. So now that we're seeing more of a balance of that, not as much trucks coming in, we're starting to see that balance reflected. So large volume shippers in Colorado who have recently have never had an issue with transportation or capacity are starting to have to, take notice and make changes accordingly. So nothing is really, I guess, safe to say again, but it is a matter of severity. And also, I don't know if anybody in the room has experienced this, but FedEx, freight will do embargoes and basically say we will not take any more freight into Colorado, into Denver, especially around the holiday time, right? Because we're all ordering packages through Amazon and other e-commerce means of transportation. And they get to a critical mass where if they take any more, right, they will bottleneck themselves. So I think it's looking at things a little bit differently. Can you consolidate? Can you do some pooling? For those who may not know, pooling would be, hey, we're going to take all of our freight, we're going to put it in one big container and send it to one destination, then have it distributed to a final mile or to your house, or depending on that product mix. So looking at things a little bit, I said this before, looking at things a little bit differently, I think is probably, Tim, to answer your question, probably a good place to start, right?
Okay. So how many of you experienced some of the supply chain disruptions we've talked about in the room? So, okay. So let's switch gears a little bit, right? There's no magic bullet, right? Especially in this time. In fact, I tell people, like, the problems you're encountering today probably could have been addressed a couple of years ago with a program or an investment or maybe a better planning process, whatever. But it's really hard to make a short-term response quickly. So Jim, as people look into 2022, with a lot of the prediction that 2022 is going to, the front half is going to look pretty similar to what it is today, get over the holiday rush. What should people be focused on or thinking about for 2022 and beyond?
Yeah, it's. I think the information that we're getting, at least in our industry, is that it may not get much better until the end of 2022 or into 2023. And again, it's all about. And it's difficult. Our end of the advanced energy here in the United States is all the engineering development and NPI work and such. And our product lines, typically have a multi-year development kind of phase gate approach and such. So it seems like things work or run at a glacier speed, but time creeps up on you. And again, I think the one thing I can emphasize is that planning, that forward look. If your products or services, whatever you do out there, if you can do some predictive modeling, make an investment, to get your vendors aligned. We've done some things, on arranging, some capacities out there and such in lieu of actual, parts to make and designs and such. It just depends on what your business is out there, but it's all in the planning. And I can say on our side, we're taking a much farther reach than we ever did before, just to identify and get ahead of it.
Do you see some of your supplier relationships, are you guys talking about fundamentally changing some of the terms that you're seeing as a result of the pandemic and some of the challenges they've had, either against increase in price or supply guarantees or those types of things?
Yeah, it's I don't see as much of that on my side, again, because I support NPI. Our production and commodity management strategic teams and such are definitely under the gun for that. And again, kind of adopting maybe some new ways with our key suppliers and what we do from a contractual standpoint, to better provision and risk share, of course. We're getting price pressure, obviously. It just depends on what the space is here, but we see a continued uphill through the end of next year, next calendar year.
So have you guys, Jim, had any discussion about potentially local, right? I mean, tapping into the local manufacturing, either local Colorado or local United States, where you're actually thinking about reshoring or nearshoring your supply chain to solve some of those issues?
Tough task. Again, we're in obviously supporting semiconductor industry, copy exact and such. And when things go full on production with our established Asian supply base, retrenching in the U.S., we basically here back in the U.S. it's NPI support. It's a supply base not approved for production. So it's a tall task to have to reel that back in to make up for some of these capacities. For us, it's a tough one.
It is tough. People have established supply chains, and it's tough to switch and make a significant network change like that. But if you're managing some transportation for and let's say you don't have a lot of spend, John, you're not a big transportation consumer per se. What could you be doing for 2022 and beyond to support, managing those costs, managing your service level, and ensuring you've got what you need to meet your business needs?
Well, that's a loaded question. Well,
that's why you're here, buddy.
I heard this the other day. I heard the supply chain management degree is the new MBA, right? And I was like, okay, wait a minute. Let's take a step back. It just gives you the experience out there is definitely in demand. So if for all the students out there, hey, may want to look into it. One thing I've learned in my journey of 20 years in transportation supply chain is I probably should have studied harder at Kansas University. And something may actually be wrong with me if I like this work, But having said so much, again, I think you can't solve all the problems at once. I think you got to look at it realistically, what's aligned with your business and your vision, what you're trying to solve, maybe from a prioritization standpoint. But every little step you make, obviously you're building on something bigger, you're building on a foundation, right? And that foundation obviously is going to support you with those partnerships, well into the future, but also, obviously in real time, right? As your business changes and your partners change too, obviously we're going to see that over time, but I think the best thing now, I think companies can't ignore if it is a glaring problem, and you're not going to be able to just, hey, maybe we can write it out. We can just pay more and expedite everything, and guess what? Our service providers love making extra money doing the same work, okay? If you can afford to do that and it doesn't impact your business, well, obviously not a huge problem. But is that realistic for every company out there? Absolutely not, right? So I think it's really just taking on what's the 7 habits, right? The big rocks versus the small rocks, right? Working on the big rocks, hey, maybe technology is something we should look at to employ. Some level of transportation management system. Years ago, they were super expensive, super hard to implement. Today, they're readily available, and even some companies are even saying, hey, we'll give it to you for free. And you have to ask yourself, though, you're like, really, is it that free? The amount of time to implement and adopt and staff, something like that, sure, that's not free work, but if it'll help you get to that desired outcome, is this a good investment for my company today? And again, solving those problems may not be just, hey, fly by night. I think you really have to take a high level view and I hate saying this because I've said strategy and heard strategy so many times this week, but really get an initiative or a strategy and vision of what you want out of your supply chain and your transportation and plan against it.
Is there anything you could give local manufacturers here, in Colorado, moving freight outside of the FedEx, UPSs of the world? Is there anything local you would tell them that they need to be prepared for over the next 6, 12, 14, 15 months?
Well, I think we can all say that the bold predictions, there are none, right? Everybody has a crystal ball. Everybody wants, future forecasting on pricing. Is it going to be good? No one knows. Is the commitment for that price and that service going to be available? Nobody knows, right? I think, the principles in North America can be adopted in every region at this point. I think it's just, again, I don't know enough about, specific companies, right, to make any bold predictions, so I don't want to put my foot in my mouth for all you good people.
No, go ahead. Give it a shot, John. Give it a shot.
But yeah, I think what was I going to say? There are a lot of organizations in supply chain and transportation that are out there. Sure, they may be drinking from a fire hose of looking for configurable solutions, but I think there are resources out there that can help. And there's plenty of, obviously this event, but there's also other events. And I speak from CSCMP, which okay, all right. I might
Council,
be shamelessly
that's the
plugging this.
Council of Supply Chain Management Professionals.
Yes, thank you. We do a lot of virtual events as well, and we really kind of wrestle with these exact topics, right? And we have representations from people like Jim, which Jim should show up to every event, virtually or in person. I keep telling the board too. I was like, if we serve alcohol, we probably get a better attendance.
You might. So talk a little bit about pricing with the folks. What realistically, when it gets right down to the bare commodity, it's a true commodity market that gets bid on and every day, right? It's
Right.
like, so what could you say in the future, right, for smaller or medium manufacturers that don't have a lot of leverage sometimes, right? What would you tell them for 2022 and beyond that they should be thinking about relative to pricing?
Yeah, it's not like even though Advanced Energy is a sizable company, we don't have a ton of leverage either comparatively, and we've seen it embedded in the metals markets and such. The quick turn sheet metal and machine parts that we wheel and deal every day. It's been creeping up, especially in the PCBA component space here where. Your tried and true sources have nothing. You're forced to go with a couple of valued brokers that we have out there, but they'll come back with a 10x unit cost on a component. It's like you want it or not, and you better decide quick because the phone's ringing. So it's in the short term we are caught a bit. It's for companies I think that have budgets that just can't sustain that. It's an extremely tough thing. It's hard to predict, at least from my vantage point, as to when some of these commodities will start to soften up and pricing coming down. I hear like lumber and that kind of thing is starting to soften in the construction trades, but it's until I think capacities start to come back up. People are back in the workforce and things are flowing a little bit better. It's going to be that age-old supply and demand where it's going to be an artificially high, cost structure out there. So
there's a session later, I think later this afternoon about workforce, and so we won't dive into that topic too deep, but I will ask one question of each of you. What are your suppliers doing? What have you seen your company do or other supply base? What are they doing with their labor shortage other than maybe complaining or doing a job fair or are you seeing anything unique out there that in your industries that would be of note?
You guys are looking at me. Okay, I'll go first. We're hiring. Right? There's so much demand, and we're such a people, business, right? Being a third-party logistics provider, right? So we fill the gap in between, our shipper community as well as our carrier community, and the more people we have, the more connections we have, right? And then when it comes out with process management, as we're architecting solutions, custom for our clients, right? We need, people to do that, right? To fulfill our service commitment of direct account management. So for our organization, we're doing different things. Like I said, job fairs, going to schools, and obviously other professionals, that are looking to, make a change for better or for worse. But we're fine out there. Everybody's like, hey, I'm good. I got plenty of work. And it's funny too, because I use this as an example sometimes. Like if you're too busy, right? I don't make enough for this, right? I don't make enough money. I'm too busy. But if you're not busy enough, you're like, oh man, am I going to get fired, right?
Yeah.
So I guess good problems to have. From a staffing point, wish we could have more people or more, when I say good people, right? People that want to learn and care and grow. And I guess we got positions for all that too, but it's not an easy fix from what I'm hearing.
Jim,
Yeah.
you see anything?
Well, I think there's a lot of people in motion. There's a lot of turnover. We see it in our supply base a lot, and we've had a bit of that directly as well. But you know, maybe our primary, you know, account manager and buyer for your program, Jim, they just left the company, and so we're having, you know, to backfill with, you know, some new people, and we're kind of constantly with some key suppliers in this learning curve again, just to execute kind of the day-to-day because of turnover that they're seeing. Yeah, it's just a lot of people in motion because I think, okay, everyone's hiring. I can go right down the street, perhaps. Maybe work remote instead of going back into an office setting. Lots of factors there, but compounding, I think, you know, I think some of the capacity issues is just a lot of transient activity right now, and again, it's just more time, you know, for us to, you know, retrain our counterparts on the vendor side and get back to just kind of a par value there so that we can, you know, get orders executed and all that good stuff. It's a day-to-day block and tackle, you know, situation. So.
Okay, so we're going to get to Q&A in a few minutes. So this is your opportunity to kind of sum up what would you tell people today, the one or two things that they absolutely should do for 2022 looking forward. 2021's in the books for a lot of people, but what would you tell them as they look at their transportation or their material sourcing strategies and supply chains for 2022? What would you tell them they need to really pay attention to?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. You can answer this a million different ways, so I'm just going to pick one right now.
Just one way.
Just one.
Just one. One takeaway.
The one takeaway that keeps popping up with this kind of a line of questioning, and I think creating agility within your supply chain all the way through to your end customer. And when I say agility, obviously be able to you know, backfill with different vendors or different personnel, agility to you know, make changes if your vendor can't support, right, the demand. And if you're manufacturing, right, can you switch, right? And if you're making danishes, you know, you switch from, you know, pineapple to cherry, right? Or some, I think, you know, being able to be flexible and use the materials that you have, right? And also, as you balance price and service, being agile, right? You know, maybe budgeting high and say, hey, let's just try to do better, everybody, right? And how do we do that? Well, we're being agile. We're being flexible on our order selection and based on, you know, our service providers and trying to work with their strengths. So I think that would be my one thing.
Jim?
Yeah, and for me, just kind of being a materials guy, try to identify your kind of your critical long lead, whatever it happens to be, whether it be a raw material, a finished good, or what have you, and just, you know, try to look forward and take a position on it and just kind of stake your claim to it for the next year so that you can at least, you know, mitigate your longest lead issues, would be my advice. Not everything is broken. Some things, you know, still work, but just pick those real gotcha things, you know, and just take some risk.
Yeah, so the risk management piece is really what you were both alluding to, right? Be it a budget or be it, you know, really critical long lead time, you know, you got to make a bet sometimes, right, on some of your supply lines and certainly in the supply chain when you've got, you know, longer manufacturing cycle times or, you know, you've got to get things quickly, you know, you're going to have to show some of that flexibility. So, at this point, I think we have time for Q&A from the audience, as well as if there's any questions on the live stream. You know, all three of us, I think, will be willing to answer any questions based on what we talked about today or things you're curious about to the best of our knowledge, and I guess we'll open it up for that.
If you have a question, just go ahead and raise your hand. She's back there with the microphone. She'll come up so they can hear you.
No burning questions? Oh, there we go.
So do you see people banking materials 2020 buffer future shortages?
Yeah, it could be. And the trouble is when you have kind of a highly allocated market out here, it's easy. Well, it's like the rush on toilet paper a year ago and such. You know, I need to just, you know, grab it while I can mentality. And then you've got a lot of false demand chasing itself around there. But there is some of that. And I guess it just depends on, again, what's critical to your business here. But, you know, we do see some of that, you know, investment being made, you know, to stave off the what if. So
We're seeing a lot of, you know, warehouse shortages, right? And why is that? Well, inventory levels are skyrocketing, right? So if people can get that one thing, they're getting a whole bunch of it, right? And I think we call that a, you know, bullwhip effect, right? All of a sudden, you know, that whip catches back up, the big loop, or you're getting stuck with a lot of inventory. And I think a lot of people are concerned that that might be a considerable risk for some organizations where they're carrying too much inventory, right? Based on, you know, maybe poor planning. You know, the demand is not going to be there all of a sudden, and you're going to be stuck with a whole bunch of what, right? But also, where are you going to put it, right? Where are you going to put it? And you're paying a premium for warehouse space today, plus obviously the holding cost for that inventory. So a lot of different pressures, you know, surrounding that answer right there. You know,
Yeah, I would say that the work in process inventory in the supply chain right now is huge. People are waiting for a couple key components, and as a result, there's a lot of unfinished goods. I think, you know, to be honest with you, there's going to be some cash flow issues for a lot of businesses because they bought 90% of what they needed or 85%. They're waiting for the last 10 or 15, right? And, you know, if you're a business that's trying to bank a bunch of inventory, you know, is that a long-term good strategy? Probably not. But certainly right now there is this hyper kind of like, oh, if I tell them more, maybe I'll get more. No, right? You're just really, what you're doing is you're fueling the problem even deeper, right? Because now suppliers are trying to figure out what am I supposed to make, right? And how much demand is this real? And when I start shipping some, it's going to get canceled. And now we've got, you know, now we've got hurt feelings. Relationships are not going to stay intact with that type of approach. So,
well, the other half is if you don't have it on the shelf, you can't sell it.
True.
Right? So,
True.
Or if I don't have it in this region, you know, my competitor is going to, you know, obviously be able to fill that need, right? So.
Sure.
A lot of uncertainty, which obviously gives rise to, you know, a lot of risky decisions, or they could be the best decisions. It's hard to tell.
Any other questions?
Good question, by the way.
Yes, Christina.
Do you see competitors considering collaboration more often now, or would you recommend that maybe competitors maybe collaborate with respect to whether it's transportation or materials as a way to work better together instead of compete against each other? Do you see that happening in the market?
I don't have an example of that.
We all get in a room together and we go, we're going to raise our prices.
Right. Well.
So I'll take this one for a second. So let's talk about the demographic of Ford motor carrier for hire in the United States, right? There's some 870,000 carriers for minor. It's a highly fragmented marketplace, right? So there's no way that these carriers can really get on the same page, right? So, and that's why a third party like myself, right, is valuable, right? We're making those connections. We're bringing, you know, tens of thousands of relationships to a one buyer or one organization, right, to give them that scope. And which I should further go down that demographic. So out of that motor pool carrier, we're seeing actually a rise of about 25% and upstream this year of the 1 to 5, you know, truck to trailer operators, right? Not your big 4,000 plus fleet owners, right? So that makes up maybe 1 or 2% of the Ford motor carrier pool in the United States. So within there, you know, again, everybody's not really getting together. But what you do see is, okay, let's say Home Depot, for instance, right? We were talking about this a minute ago. they have large trailer pools filled with all kinds of different equipment, right? Well, their big fleet operators can't manage the amount of pickups that they need to move their trailers around. So what they're doing is going into a different pool of labor called power only, where they're saying, okay, we're going to interchange. We'll allow XYZ carrier to haul our equipment because that's going to help our customer, right? Relieve his stress and keep his product moving. So you're starting to see rise of, almost kind of a new mode of transportation or different ideas, which, now, someone can go out and get authority, insurance, and equipment, lease or own, right, without having to manage a trailer. Does that make sense? So I don't think there's anything's off the table, but I think it's, just finding, ways to get supported by the, transportation community in general, just to answer your question, right, to find the ways to collaborate. In our world, insurance, if some carrier picks up the load and another carrier delivers it, right, it creates what we call a double brokerage or an insurance problem, right? If something were to happen, it relieves liability risk to the shipper and the carrier themselves. So, I mean, there are some rules that everybody has to follow. Yeah, great question. Tim's going to tell me later a great answer on that one.
It was okay.
Yeah,
It was
maybe
okay.
not.
It was a great answer.
Maybe
It was a
not.
great answer. Any other questions? Yes.
For a company that normally operates a little bit more on the lean side with the just-in-time manufacturing model, do you see folks maybe reconsidering that and opting for a perhaps less efficient, higher inventory, higher work order in progress?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll take that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we have spent years trying to weed out inefficiencies in our supply chains, right? Years, right? And the reality of it is that when everything's moving, right, everything's good, right? When everything's moving, right? But inventory is typically tied to service level, right? And trying to meet some distribution of demand in your supply chain. And inventory for CFOs and for supply chain managers has been evil, number one, right? The reality of it is that there are really good business reasons to have a bunch of inventory, right? And not a bunch, but a strategic amount of inventory, and if you can afford it, it's great, right? Absolutely, I think you will see people say, I need to do a better job of managing my risk, and I can't rely on my suppliers to manage that for me any longer, so I'm going to bring those materials in, right? And with the tools today that are available to do that analysis with supply chain planning tools and stuff, there's really no reason. It's really, you should be able to quantify, like, how much risk am I willing to take, right? And of course, it depends on the commodity, right? How available it is, right? But absolutely, I mean, they blamed running out of stuff on just in time, and there's some truth to that. But it's kind of like, consulting companies, and myself included, are talking about resiliency now, right? Well, one of the ways to get resiliency is buy a bunch of inventory, right? And so, and that's going to come to roost too, right? So you got to make the good decisions based on, and that's why supply chain professionals are going to be really in demand moving forward, right? So I don't know what you guys think, but I think I have told people, especially like new products, new product introduction, inventory is a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, I've seen examples of both as of late, and there's really no, they do what they think is best, right? That works for their customers and their manufacturing process. Just in time, to me, it just sounds super expensive right now. But if you can pass through transportation, I mean, and you can meet those, those demands at the committed levels. I mean, I don't see any reason why it can't continue, right? But if you can't, and there's disruption somewhere with materials or manufacturing, because okay, let's say you get all the materials, right? And you have everything lined up, but you're used to running 2-3 shifts, right? Manufacturing on a car. Well, now you can only staff one shift, right? Demand stays the same. You still can get all the materials. So all of a sudden you're having to, flex on your planning process, right? And then we're also seeing, I'm thinking of one particular manufacturer in general, and then they figure out that, and then their customers are changing. Like, oh, hey, by the way, we don't want that anymore, right? Well, can you get us this one now? And they're like, okay. So now they have to unplanned, go back upstream, get someone else's, plan into manufacturing. So I think it's kind of coming from both ends, right? So again, I think, being an agile and visible will give you that competitive advantage in this marketplace. And, do people want to be competitive in this marketplace? Heck yeah. If you can make it work, like you are, ahead of the game, right? And if you're getting ahead of the game, right, you're working smart, not hard. And I think that's pretty much everybody's goal.
Do we have time for one more quick one? Nope? Okay. Hey, thanks everybody for coming. Thanks on the live stream, and turn it over to our sponsor.
All right, could we get a thank you to our facilitator and our panelists? Great information, great job. Thank you. So, I wanted to thank everyone for coming and for watching on live stream. This session has been recorded, and we'll let you know how to view those recordings shortly. If you would like to connect with any of these panelists, because we need to clear the room to get ready for the next session, instead of talking to them after this session, could you please feel free to give them a business card or follow up with either Lisa or Sylvia, who are monitoring the room, or Christina, and we'll get it to these panelists and facilitators today. Their contact information is on the slide if you want to take a picture of it with your phone and reach out to them. I wanted to say thanks again for our major sponsors, Aerotech, First Bank, Flood & Peterson, Plant Moran, Precision Machine Products, and our Speaker Hall co-sponsor, Manufacturer's Edge. So thank you again. Have a good day.
3, 2, 1, we're on. Thank you. And thanks for showing up at this session. We're going to be talking about robotics, and we've got two people who are really going to be good at that I'll introduce in a second. You know, the requirement is to recognize major sponsors, and so let me do that. And a year ago, I would have done this from memory, but right now, I don't have that capacity anymore. I hit that 68 mark, and it left me at that point. So major sponsors, Aerotech, First Bank, Flood & Peterson, Plant Moran, Precision Machine Products are the major sponsors of NOCOM. And the Speaker Hall co-sponsor with Manufacturers Edge is the Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tom Bugnitz. I'm the CEO for the next 22 days of Manufacturers Edge. I'll be stepping down on the 15th of October, and fortunate that the board has allowed me to step onto the board. So I'll still be involved. I wanted to point out one person here after I get done describing Manufacturers Edge. So everybody, before I introduce her, take a look at the woman in the blue sweater over there. Manufacturers Edge, for those you don't know, is a program of the U.S. Department of Commerce, and there is one of us in every state. It's called the Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program. The feds fund part of our budget. Manufacturers Edge itself gets about $2 million a year from the federal government. We come up with another $2 million ourselves for a $4 million operation we've got. We do a lot of services for manufacturers, from strategic planning down to where do I hang the hammer on the wall to be more effective. And we will be growing significantly in the next 2 years. The Biden administration has named our program in 17 different executive orders, named the program by name, and is charging us with supply chain resiliency, workforce development, and cybersecurity, of all things. So we've got a lot of new programs coming down the pike. The funding for the MEP program right now is about $150 million. The laws that are going through Congress, and if anybody can explain to me when or how these laws are going to get passed, feel free, and then go put some money on a racetrack somewhere. They're talking about $600 million. So our budget could go from $2 to $8 million from the federal government over the next year or two. That happens, obviously we would grow significantly, but we're going to grow significantly anyway, just with the things we're doing organically. So I'd like to introduce Jennifer Hagendeer right there. Jennifer Hagendeer is a recovering lawyer, practicing lawyer, and was the Assistant Commissioner of Revenue for the state of Tennessee at a time when they were trying to attract big auto plants, and that was Jennifer's project, was those auto plants. After that, she became my job, the Center Director for Tennessee, for 7 years. So we were able to attract her here to be our COO. Jennifer has an enormous background in economic development, in manufacturing, and in MEP, so we're really happy to have her. Jennifer is a person to talk to. Next to her is Bill Carlson, who has been on the job for, is this your 7th week? 7th or 8th. And it's good that he's not counting, because that means it's okay. And Bill formerly had global sales director positions for a number of companies like Ricoh, Pentax, and most recently for a small manufacturer in Colorado that makes safety devices for adventure parks and climbing walls and those kind of things. So Bill is also the person to contact. Wanted to introduce right now, though, the key people here. Doug Rhoda has been a friend and colleague for years. Doug, at one point, was president of Wolf Robotics in Fort Collins. He then became, Doug, I always get the name of this wrong, Diversified Machine Systems, I think is the thing, and is now president of Vectus, which is a cobot company in Colorado Springs. And Doug is one of the leading lights in robotics and cobots in Colorado, and he's had a terrific career. He's also on the board of CAMA, along with, I think, 4 other boards. Am I getting the numbers right, Doug? And is well known in the community, and is one of the really key influencers in Colorado in terms of manufacturing in general and robotics in particular. He's going to be grilled here by Christina Haxon, my good close friend who I've never met because we've only seen each other across Zoom like most people have. Christina, and I want to get this name right, Center for Sustainable Strategies. She's an executive coach by trade, but a person who can drive companies into new areas and new strategies very easily. I would say. She's as good as they come at that. And I think, Christina, when we've talked, it's really kind of that mid-market company that's really looking to supercharge growth in what they're doing. I would say that anybody who's running a company and thinks they can do strategic planning themselves is deluding themselves. And people like Christine are the kind of people that can really help change how people think about their companies and what they do. So I encourage you to contact with Christina. She's just a smart person and a good person, and so the kind of person you want to have on your team and on your Rolodex. Rolodex? No, we don't do Rolodex anymore. Enough. Still got that habit. Yeah. I sent a fax yesterday. Okay, I actually did. Somebody wanted a fax. So, no further adu, Christina, Doug, thank you for being here, and we're looking forward to this.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you, appreciate it. So Doug, you and I met.
I'm sorry. I've been calling you Christina Hacks.
Oh.
In my mind, Christina Haxton.
Oh, they're quite, would you turn that mic up or something? Thank you. Great. So, Doug, first of all, we had a conversation. It seems quite a few years ago, and I'm not of the manufacturing cloth whatsoever. I'm an outsider looking in, and I think robotics just makes so much sense to me when it comes to manufacturing. And I remember we had a conversation about, like a robot apocalypse. There was this whole idea that, well, we can't use robots because then they'll put people out of jobs, right? And that kind of sounds ridiculous, but I guess I can understand that, right? So has there been a robot apocalypse, or is that what we need right now?
Well, it's funny. That was an MIT study years ago, and they used that title, Robot Apocalypse, and I've been talking with a researcher at MIT, industrial economics, and her conclusions are the exact opposite. And anecdotally, that was my experience for many years too, is that actually automation enables manufacturing, particularly to keep it here in the United States. So what they found, MIT, is that in fact the companies that automated were able to survive. And alternatively, those that didn't, in many cases, have failed, or the work went abroad.
And was that just recently, or?
The studies are recent, but it was my experience for years, anecdotally. But it's been researched now, and there's a paper. Her name is Anna Waldman Brown, the researcher, and she's written a number of papers on this, and there's more to come.
Yeah. I was looking at some statistics. The Manufacturing Institute has stated in the next decade alone, there will be need for nearly 3.5 million manufacturing jobs. I don't know what that scales down to here in Colorado, or but what are your thoughts about automation and robotics? Do you think now finally the manufacturing industry will begin to seek this as a solution as opposed to resist it?
Oh, for sure. You see that. And in my career, I started as a young engineer in '85, very early in robotics, and there was this great forecast, like this is going to be huge and so forth, and there was a big miss. There was ignorance on the selling side of robot companies and integrators, and then a miss in expectations from the receivers. And so there were a lot of failed installations in that era in the mid-'80s that set the industry back, I'd say. But a lot of things have changed over the decades, including, importantly, like in our world in robotic arc welding, the upstream processes, CNC laser cutting, CNC press brakes, producing better parts, and just the knowledge of computers and so forth. Last week I was at the annual FabTech show in Chicago, and in my 35 years in this industry, it was the best ever. And there was a lot of production pain from small and medium enterprise owners. And they had seen our information on videos and things like that, and they'd come personally to see it. And by the way, I'd say manufacturing, fairly conservative, show me, very much show me. So they came, and we demonstrated things, and there were several orders at the show, checks written and so forth. So there's a real pain and an acceptance and an understanding that this is an enabler for me to be able to compete in the world. And to your point on the shortage of skilled welders, the American Welding Society, again, in the niche that I'm in, predict a 400,000 person shortage of skilled welders by 2025. average age of a welder is about my age, 58 years old. So there's this real need for this kind of automation, and it is either helping, we use the name in our little company, Vectus, in our startup, Vectus, which is Latin for lever, and the idea that it's human plus machine. It's a human plus a tool, lever. And it enables one person to get more done, like a lot of things, a lot of other tools. And we've had anecdotes recently where we hear things like the senior welder was going to retire. Their body is done, but this tool enables them to extend their career because I'm not bending over and taking in the fumes and so forth. I can use my knowledge. I can listen to the arc and understand if it's in control or not, but I'm not doing the heavy lifting of that. And in addition, the technology is attractive to the up and coming, the new people to the workforce.
So a company that's adopting automation, cobots, robots is attractive to a younger workforce.
Yeah, for sure.
And what's an obstacle that a business owner, a small to mid-market sized business owner might have had before that really it's a myth, doesn't exist at all, or it no longer exists? What was one of those obstacles from maybe, even 5-10 years ago?
Yeah, in my background was in this traditional robotic space, and we saw with the new technology of this collaborative or cobot space where people can work right next to it and it's inherently safe. And that has further enabled a lot of things. So back to your obstacles, in traditional automation, especially in the early years, you really needed to have high volume. It's why the automotive factories were the first to adopt. You needed to produce 400,000 parts in a year in order to justify, to justify all the setup, the programming and the tooling and so forth. And that was kind of the opportunity we saw, like with this business Vectus on collaborative robots, is that, and we wrote the software to make it very intuitive and easy for the 58-year-old welder to just grab the arm and lead it through a path. So the programming was a key obstacle in the past, where I needed somebody that was an engineer or computer programmer, and the small, medium enterprises might not have that kind of staff or that staff available. So making it very easy, and then the capital equipment, the capital expense is lower, particularly all the ancillary expenses, and that's another thing on the collaborative side with our small footprint and not the need, like with traditional automation, our lead time would be 6 months. We would send a crew out to install the system. We are drilling into your concrete floors. We're lagging in these heavy robot systems. We are putting in, we're erecting fence, taking a large part of your factory and floor space.
Right.
The collaborative robot is a very small portable unit. We're delivering it in 4 weeks. They can do it themselves. Many anecdotes, I'm cutting the shrink wrap in the morning and I'm producing in the afternoon. So this collaborative robotic technology particularly is enabling the small medium that was a barrier or an obstacle in the past for those type enterprises.
Were there safety concerns with those large pieces of equipment in the robots?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why they had to be enclosed, because if they hit you at the speeds that they could hurt you, and particularly in large resistance spot welding, which are the biggest, heaviest robots. There have been deaths, where people are inside these systems, unsafely. They changed interlocks or something, they got in. So that's why there's very stringent from OSHA. There's an organization called Robotic Industries Association, RIA, that has safety standards. In our world, and Arc Welding, American Welding Society, has a risk assessment you must do. And so there was a lot of safety concerns traditionally, and particularly with these big heavy robots, that you had to have, again, this fencing. You could only operate at a certain speed in teach mode, and then when you run in automatic, you're out of the cell, and there's photo eyes and all kinds of things, which is additional expense, additional floor space, and intimidating. And the difference now with collaborative technology is people are working right next to it. If it touches you, it stops. So it's a big enabler.
What about application? I just imagine the bubble above, an owner's heads as well. you know, we don't really have that much use for it, but maybe they do and they just don't know it. Have you seen an evolution with respect to application?
Yeah, because again, the thinking was, well, I don't have the volume. I need to have 500,000 parts in a year, but the enablers with technology that I can teach it for a small batch. So it's enabled high mix, a lot of different parts, low volume. So high mix, low volume. So people that traditionally would think, I don't really have the volume to justify automation, now can. And there's a lot of pain out there, as we described already, and that we saw really countless times at the show last week, where I can't find welders, or my welders are retiring. I have to turn away business because I don't have the capacity.
Right.
So it's been fun to
it sounds like
address that.
I mean, how exciting is it to have a solution for a problem people have now that they don't have to wait, to use?
Yeah, it's
right?
very exciting. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's been great.
What were you most surprised about at FabTech? What'd you walk away with? It's about damn time, and I'm so happy this is happening.
Yeah, it was just more, the expectation when we created Vectus, and my role is chairman founder, but I have people that are better, to Tom's point, I'm really not president, I've got people better and brighter than me that are the best I'd ever worked with, that are running the day-to-day operations, and credit to them to the success of this business so far. But it exceeded from the beginning. I had thoughts of this is a big thing and going to take off. It's exceeded that. Wow. And I'd say particularly in the show, the big surprise is that I thought it would be a step change. It's a bigger step change.
What's changed now, though?
I think it's this confluence of things. It's the technology maturation. It's the pain that these people are in. We're ramping up post-COVID, or the demand and the shortage of the workers and so forth. Right. That we've seemed to really have hit it in the right.
Yeah, it's been under their nose. It's been under their nose.
Yeah.
They're just now they're the pain, I think, pushes people toward adopting things a lot faster and overcoming that starting friction.
Yeah, right? I think there's a lot of that, and I think we innovated with this package to truly. Part of that is the solution that didn't really exist before. This collaborative robot technology. I mean, it was maturing, and it's been more mature in other applications. But like on the arc welding side, it's fairly new. We're really pioneering it in our business. So the word's just kind of getting out and so forth. So it's this combination, this confluence of things, I think, that are triggering this. Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, you may be in the same situation where you're like, I can't keep up, I have to turn down business, right? The opportunity cost there?
Not yet, but again, credit to the team. They did a great job anticipating with scenario and analysis, and we've done a good job with our supply chain and so forth. So,
gotcha.
so far, so good on that.
So, I'm a big one on measurable impact. I think I did grill you when we talked the first time, which is, what is the ROI on this? What is the measurable impact? And I'd like to show a video, if I can, as a case study of a client of yours. And then you can talk a little bit more about additional measurable impact that you either learned about or you know about directly. Is that all right?
Great.
Let's see if I can get this technology to work. Requires patience. Oh, look, it works.
Montana Solar designs and manufactures mounting structures for solar modules of all sizes. A universal robot equipped with the Vectus Cobot welding tool now handles a wide range of welds, enabling quick changeovers and optimized production.
It was very interesting. We're hiring this new robot, and it shows up on the truck. I walk out of the office, and I've got employees that are already like cutting shrink wrap, and they're getting ready to set something. Hang on, I want to play. Within a very few minutes, we had the thing set up. We were welding some parts. We had production parts running by the afternoon. We're always looking for ways to automate processes, handling the seasonality. When it's hot, we can't find enough people quickly enough to take care of the ramp up that we need. If you got one of the operators saying you need to look into robotics, you got a reason you should be doing something here. We looked at conventional robots. They were wonderful at doing the same item really, really fast. We have many products that go together. Think of us as maybe a solar IKEA, if you will. If I don't have all the other parts that go with it, I can't ship anything. By doing a Vectus Universal Robots, I was able to program it to handle many different parts together. I can do 3 of this and 12 of that all in a package, and presto, I've got a shippable part. And we have found that to be much easier to get an ROI on. The tangible ROI is fairly clear, 1.5, 2-year ROI just on labor savings. The intangibles, I think, are actually more valuable than the tangible ROIs. In the overall net improvement of the shop, it could be very, very short. It really, really has made a difference for our team. And there was a lot of risk there. But by being able to start with a system that I could rent or lease, well, I can afford that. If this doesn't work, I can get out of it. But I can definitely move toward ownership.
So we founded Vectus because we saw a continuing need for manufacturers to have access to lower cost, easier to use, more flexible, and lower risk welding automation. The all-in cost of doing a Vectus cobot welding tool when compared to traditional robotic welding cells can be 25 to 40% less when you factor in freight, time to production, training, setup, and install and commissioning. There's been a stigma that collaborative robots can't go into heavy industrial environments. But our customers are welding thin gauge materials all the way down to 16 gauge, all the way up to 1/2 inch and thicker materials right out of the box.
I'm by no means a certified welder. I'll just grab any of the welders and I'll say, okay, I'll run the pendant. You go ahead and run the torch. Where do you want the weld to start? The stop. What angle do you want it to do? And we've fought through some very advanced welds.
I'm a welder by trade. But I didn't know anything about robots, and I'm not very computer savvy. I was really surprised at how easy it was to figure it out.
One of the things as we were looking at conventional robots versus the universal robots was the cage and the safety guarding around the machine. And with the collaborative robot, my guys truly have never feared at all working with it. They're able to work right there beside it.
It is exactly like having a welder there, but the guy go around and reload the parts and hit the cycle. As far as improving weld quality and taking operator error out, a lot of these little parts are kind of monotonous. The robot, it does remove the variance, and that's the name of the game when you're talking pace production. We've built up to 7,500 parts over a winter one time, and for an operator to sit and do that, you can tell where they got sick of it.
Our customers are always excited when we tell them, hey, that part was welded on a robot. They go to put it on, and it looks exactly the same as the last one. The welds are, high quality. We are competing on a global level. So being able to have a robot involved in our operation that can quickly be transitioned to different tasks is paramount to our success. We're able to bring big industrial and big corporate quality and scalability together with the innovation and the nimbleness of a small company, and we think it's an extremely powerful combination. We find that we get a real sparkle in people's eye when we say, we have a robot on the crew. It's definitely made us able to attract a higher quality level of employees and better quality talent to our team.
And we've got a shop full of people that'll come up with ideas just based on their exposure to it of what we can use robots for.
Adding a robot, and especially a universal robots with the Vectus combination, adding that to a team, I have and will continue to recommend it. I think the universal robots system there with Vectus is the best one I've run across.
So to speak to some of the tangibles, I don't know, those went by pretty quickly with respect to the ROI. Can you speak to those a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, the heuristic or rule of thumb is usually 2 to 3 times the productivity improvement. And so the 1.5 to 2 years is pretty typical. We have several, though, examples that are more. 8x, 4x, there are things that we've just posted here recently. So it depends on the application a little bit, but typically at least 2 to 3 times. And then, Travis touched on some of the intangibles, and, the quality element can be one that's harder to measure in the beginning, but after the fact. And there's one example from early in my career as a young engineer around robotics and welding, where steel furniture manufacturer, School Furniture in Texas, justified the robotic welding system on the labor productivity improvement, but what they found after the fact was a better return financially from the quality improvement. And the way they measured that was, in the past, when they manually welded these steel frames, school furniture seats, they would have to, with a mallet, the person in final assembly would hammer the steel frame into the right position for the plastic seat to fit on the frame. With the robotic welding or automated welding generally, now you're controlling the heat input, the voltage, the wire feed speed, the travel speed, the sequencing, you know, all these things so that you have consistent heat distortion on the part. So now with robotic welding, the frame is exactly the same every time. It's tuned in to be correct, so they're not spending that additional time and effort.
They got to
in
fire the
final
guy with
assembly.
the mallet.
The mallet, yeah, it just fits every time.
wow.
So there's lots of examples like that. And
So if you added all those things up, right, obviously the reduced rework, 0 accidents, right, increased productivity, you know, that I think that's a no-brainer.
it's a no-brainer,
Yeah.
and that's what, again, like, you know, a lot of the, you know, we talked about it at the show last week,
Yeah.
and several anecdotes, and, you know, these are conservative folks that this is the first time. So, they wanted to see it in person. They've been seeing the videos and so forth,
Right.
and the pain has been building up so much to the point, like, okay, I'll do that. But
Right.
the best endorsement, too, is that we've got several anecdotes like this where it's buy one, okay, let's get another one, or let's get 4 more, or something like that.
a herd-
where, like,
a herd of
here we
cobots.
go, here we go, you know, so yeah, it's been fun.
So what about, I mean, I know this may be a little bit out of your scope, and if it is, let me know, and if not, you can make it up. Nobody will know. You know, so not every manufacturer has a need for welding, right?
Right.
But this universal arm, what are some of the other applications that could be used for?
Yeah, so, and we were kind of one of the pioneers in the arc welding, which is kind of a higher technical threshold because of the path performance and so forth. But the earlier, and to maybe 40 to 50,000 of these universal robot arms installed globally, primarily were around machine tending. So, you know, putting a part in and out of a lathe or something like that. Some monotonous task, you know, of material handling is the low-hanging fruit and the typical applications that the universal robots were applied to for years.
And you mentioned a company here at the trade show.
Yeah.
In
Position Tech.
Position. I was making
In Position
things up.
Technologies is a
Okay.
universal robot distributor. They distribute our equipment too, and they have a booth here at NOCOM.
So somebody who maybe just is you know, their company just assembles, or Moso assembles.
Yes,
that would-
assembles or has this need in a machine shop to tend,
Yeah.
you know, machine, they can help.
Gotcha. Well, some of those mind-numbing tasks, I
Right.
can imagine.
Yeah.
Right. And
Yeah.
and then with a smaller footprint and the ease of use. And I love the attraction of the workforce.
Yeah.
Right. Isn't that cool? We have
Yeah.
a robot on the team.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Sure. What didn't I ask you about that I should have?
I think it was very thorough. I think it's all good. I think, you know, you touched on it a moment ago about the monotony, and there's several examples too where, like, the welders are embracing the technology in a lot of cases where they can do we have a local customer here, it's been posted and it's public, and the name of the company is Supervac, and they were doing these fan shrouds, which were a manual welder. It would be thousands of these little small tack welds on the shroud of a fan. Mind numbing, to your point, you know, and so applying this tool to that, they love it, and that frees up the skilled welder to work on the one-off complicated.
really wanna do.
Yeah, and this
Yeah.
company builds fire engines and things like that, and so
Wow.
they can go off, do those kind of things, and turn over that monotonous, mind-numbing work like the fan shroud
Right.
to a cobot.
Right. Excuse me, I don't recall his name, but somebody on the clip said that as they see the cobot work, the employees come up with innovative ideas on, hey, let's try this,
Yeah.
right? So what have you seen along those lines, if you can
There's
give an example?
Lots of examples of people, you know, something began, I can apply it over here, you
Yeah.
know, my new approaches.
Something that we didn't even think of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know, and so, you know, some things that we're seeing now too, and on really heavy weldments that maybe, because now with this kind of tool, it can be a batch run of one. But, you know, I can quickly teach something for cladding or something, and then it'll just run, you know, the same pass. It's filling in a lot of weldment, you know, for an hour maybe. You know, like applications like that were just out of bounds for traditional automation because of the time it took to program it, to teach it in the beginning. So, yeah, it's fun to see that, you know, people embracing it and then looking for new ways to apply it. I really liked what they did at MT Solar 2 at, you know, Travis, and there's a famous book that manufacturers may know called The Goal by Eli Goldratt. It's kind of the gold standard, the Bible for manufacturing, written way back in 1980s. And robotic welding, or robots in general, had a kind of a bad name there. He called it like this monument in the middle, and they have to funnel all the work to that, and they had the wrong objectives. And it's kind of a novel book, really good book. I recommend it, around just producing a lot of inventory there, and not thinking in manufacturing. You should be thinking of your tact time and producing for demand, just what you need.
Right.
Not get isolated and just as much as I can and get myopic about the justification for this piece of equipment and how much can I produce. You need to be thinking holistically about your whole factory. What do you need to meet demand? And if you notice, like Travis talking about there, scattered around the cobot were all the little components he needed for one shipped package. You know what I mean? So he wasn't mass producing. And this is, again, the advantage of the quick teach and the simple fixturing versus like the automotive where I need to make 400,000, same thing over and over and over.
Right.
In this case, hey, I'm going to have one of these, 5 of these, 6 of these, 4 of these that I need for one package to ship to a customer of a solar panel package. So producing for what you need. And similarly, like with this small cobot mobile, I can put it to where the work needs to be. If I have pre and post applications, I'll move it there, I'll move it here. Unlike in the Goal with the monument that was
Bring everything
anchored
to
in
that,
there, and
yeah.
then everything needs to flow to this. I'm going to produce as much there. No, distribute the tool out to where the work is done pre and post, and then produce for what the factory, to the tact time of the factory.
Gotcha. What do clients or customers appreciate about it?
It's that's very rewarding to get some of the feedback. And Travis talked about it there too. It's saving these companies, and I just see it as a noble purpose for American manufacturing. This is how we can stay in business. It's how we can reshore. And there's other examples like that too, where we're bringing work back because now I can. So that's been really rewarding and fun to just see how this is allowing companies to survive and enabling them to compete in a better way.
Right, not to have to turn down business because of a workforce shortage or they don't have the capacity. Okay. Well, I'd like to open up to Q&A if I can. So we have Lisa in the back who will have a microphone because she'll have to trot right up on here to get it because you don't want me throwing anything, trust me. And if you have a question, raise your hand. Lisa will come to you. If you could hold your question until she comes to you, simply because we're recording and so we want to be able to make sure to get your question on the recording and so that everybody can hear it too. So who has a question? That's fine. Stand in line behind the lady with the awesome colored shirt and hair.
How much time do we have? No, first of all, thank you. This is super exciting. I mean, something we've been talking about for a long time. In the last 10 years in manufacturing, trying to get small manufacturers to understand they had to go this way. I think we're at a moonshot time right now in terms of manufacturing. So my question is what we hear from small, medium-sized manufacturers when we talk to them, especially in Colorado right now, workforce, supply chain. And to me, cobots can help with both of those issues. Also with facilities, and they're growing out of the facilities and there's no place to go. Bringing in automation to help them reconfigure space and make more of what they have. I guess my question to you is, how do we get, what are you finding a successful way to discuss it, right? The ROI is part of it. But to your point, if they don't see it in their facility and how it works, so we've had some MVP centers in the country that have purchased cobots, have purchased robots themselves and then taken them to their clients to show them how they could work it. How do you guys kind of make that entry? Do you bring a piece in and show them? Do you bring them into your space and show them how it works? Because that's really where I find we can make that change.
Yeah, and again, we talk about the conservative nature of a lot of manufacturers, and part of it is that, we talked about how robotics failed, from the mid-'80s, bad installations. And, for example, in the previous business I'd run, Wolf Robotics, for example, there was a company, a very senior welding engineer, and we just ran off a very successful system for him in 2008 or something. And he was just so relieved because he had an experience in 1985 that it was a failure. They had shoved the robot into a corner, put a tarp over it, and he was, don't talk to me about robotic welding for decades until the pain was too much and he felt comfortable enough to get back into it. So overcoming some of those setbacks and being able to show or demonstrate is really key. So what we have done, and some kind of novel things that we've done, and Travis touched on a little bit here, a couple things is, one, we had, like for our company, so I'm just going to specifically talk about, from my experience and what we brought to bear in our business. I have the best and brightest on our team, particularly on the front end. These are application-oriented folks, and so we're very careful to vet. Is it a good application or not? Do you have the right upstream processes in place? And so we will vet. Our experienced application engineers will vet. And we ideally, it turns into a good project, and that's great for us. However, the next best thing is to say no quickly if it won't. And so to qualify effectively is really key. We also, because we have a lot of confidence in that, and we have confidence in our product and our process that way, we offer this 30-day money-back guarantee, which is kind of unheard of. Like, you'll take this system, and you didn't like it, you send it back. That's never been exercised, but we stand by that. We're confident. And then we also offer these rent and rent-to-own opportunities, and that's been taken advantage of a lot. Again, with kind of like this risk aversion, like I can try that, but what we found is, and we offer this, we're generous in what we apply toward ownership, that they'll exercise that, 3 months in, although the deal was 2 years or something, but it's like, okay, got it, it's good, I'm going to buy it. So we try to do those things commercially to kind of instill confidence. But on the demo side, and particularly over COVID, we have a very good, and it's a young team, and so they were very astute with all the virtual tools and so forth. So we would do virtual demos. We did a lot of virtual demos. And we would have the customer send us their parts so they can see it on their parts too. Again, instilling this confidence and show me. So we did a lot of that. And then we have the ability, because it's small and portable, to transport it and do demos elsewhere. We've got distributors that have it and so forth. But there is this key element of show me, and that's what we're doing to do that, either in person or virtual demonstrations almost every time.
Follow-up question quickly is in terms of who to go to. So I think the other piece that we keep hearing is I have to pick one robotics company. So if I go to Universal, then have they made headway in being able to have across the board, like if I pick this one company, I can also use this one in a different part of my plant and have similar services? Because that's where we had hang-ups with small manufacturers. Like if I commit to this one, then I can't go buy this one because they don't talk to each other. Have you seen any movement in that area?
Yeah, particularly around the cobot side, because there was very much that in the traditional side. I have either ABB robots or FANUC or KUKA, and I'm very invested in the spare parts and the programming language and so forth. The cobot technology has kind of opened that up, and as you say that, I think about one of my people I knew from my previous experience. It's one of the world's largest ag equipment manufacturers. And they're very heavily invested in one brand of robot they've standardized. But this cobot they see that's an opportunity because there's really not a good alternative there. So the cobot has kind of reopened that up. Like, I can do it, and it's very easy. So, and we saw it originally too as kind of a complement to traditional automation. If you've got these high volume applications and you need that technology, use that, and use the cobot in our case for the high mix, low volume type applications, or to feed some simple subassembly that feeds the more complex traditional system.
You're going to get your steps in today.
I'm like Jen, I got like 30 questions, Doug. So Christine, I'd like you to get involved in this question too, because it's got to do with culture and things and strategy. Doug, in 1974, I worked at American Motors in Kenosha, Wisconsin, and was automating the plant. And in those days, automation was a dot matrix printer that we installed,
Right.
okay? And I would get trouble calls, because I was in the IT department, and like, the printer's not working. And I trundle through this big automotive plant, 40 square blocks, and I come out, and the reason the printer wasn't working, and that was just the call, hey, can you guys come out, the printer's not working, was because there had been a 55-gallon drum of motor oil poured onto the printer. That was routine, okay? And so, keying off of that, my question is, have you seen, either one of you seen, an example of what we were talking about before, Doug? It's all about the people.
Yeah.
What kind of companies and what kind of culture do you see as something that is particularly able to absorb this kind of change? Because it can be a big change on a small company. I don't know how big the Montana guys were, but they look relatively small.
They are
I mean,
small.
like really small. And so my question is, have you seen any kind of pattern in the type of culture in a company, or the type of people, or the approach they're taking, either strategically or just in how they treat their workers, how they manage the company, that makes them particularly excited or particularly able to take advantage of all the things we're talking about with the cobots? Am I making sense?
Yeah, yeah, and early in my career too, Tom, particularly at some of the larger automotive factories, I saw examples of sabotage like that too. Really don't see that now, and I think it's this recognition generally, like if we're going to compete in this country, we have to automate. So there seems to be this broad recognition of that. And then specifically to the enterprise, one of the things that our team will qualify on and really advocate for to the prospective user of our equipment is, who is going to be the champion? There needs to be someone that really will embrace it and make it work. That wants to see it, and so from the ownership, through the organization, somebody needs to really take hold of it and make it work. It's been, again, I can't think of examples in Vectis where there's been resistance. Actually, it's been like accepted, and probably this confluence of the recognition generally. We need the tool to compete, and the right vetting of there's a champion, and they see this as key to their survival and their success.
Christina, what do you see?
Yeah, I kind of looking at it maybe more of a 30,000-foot level with respect to resistance to change. Change is hard, even good change. And if you don't have a change strategy, right, and you just think we're just going to implement this and cross our fingers, right, and hope nobody pours a drum of oil on it, right? I think that's a huge mistake. It's an expensive mistake. So, from the beginning, getting people involved, and we use the term inclusion, and I will say including everybody who will be maybe affected or not affected, by that particular piece of equipment, to get them to buy into it, right? And to have a champion or multiple champions, and you have to identify those champions within an organization to see, how can this make a difference in their job, in their day-to-day? And the other piece I'd add to that, which is, and we'll talk a little bit at the workforce piece, which is hiring for cultural fit, meaning hiring for core values. So your core values are learning and growing, right, and being agile, right, and learning new technologies, right? Or if you have part of the workforce, it's still there, right, who is like, nope, we're just going to do this because that's the way we've always done it. They'll die eventually, right? I mean, that's true. Eventually they will just go away, or they'll adopt, right? Right? Or you just make them available to competition. I don't know. But I'm sorry, it's probably not super appropriate, but it's honest, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Other questions? Thank you, Christine.
Yeah. Opened that door, didn't you, Tom?
So you mentioned how traditional industrial robot is better suited to a company making hundreds of thousands of parts a year. Let's say you have a smaller company who's making maybe 1,000 or 2,000 of a certain thing per year, but it's enough work for one person to be working on that full time. does the collaborative robot have a space there? Is it
Yeah.
able to keep up with those production rates?
Yeah. Yeah, and in addition, the thing is, with the small footprint and so forth, what we're finding too is maybe it's a couple, multiple. And the thing, one of the things that kind of a 30,000 foot zoom out from my traditional robotic welding experience, and Tom mentioned in my background, I was CEO for this business called Wolf Robotics in Fort Collins. Lincoln Electric bought it from us 2015. We really kind of, and I kind of drove it to focus on where we had competitive advantage, where were strengths. And back in the day, we had strengths in what's called offline programming, making big robot carriers and positioners, some sensing technologies. All that meant was that on our strengths was that we focused on really big, heavy weldments. So there's very little around Colorado. We were going to the Midwest all the time in big factories, world's largest mining truck, world's, bulldozers, stuff like that. But that's what we were doing. And it struck me, back to your question and so forth, that, man, we were building these multi-million-dollar systems, and there was one arc. There was a robot on a robot carrier overhead. There was a big positioner and so forth. There's one arc. And that's the business end. That's what's getting done, And so, like, the opportunity with smaller, less expensive units, well, now I can gang up. I got 1,000, and those are volumes that are typical, actually, up to 1,000, but maybe it's 2 or 3. But now I got 3 arcs working for me, which is the business end. That's where the work is done.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
So even if you have to have 2 or 3 collaborative robots to keep up with the pace of that skilled worker, that ROI would still pay off.
Yeah, again, the rule of thumb is 3 to 1, and yeah, I'll bet that would apply. I mean, we would need to look at that application, but that's pretty typical, actually, when you're talking about 1,000 units.
It'd be like the I Love Lucy episode in the candy factory. You don't want to see that happen either. Good. Any other questions? One more. Okay, there's your quota.
30 more. But, a question on data, sensors and data and quality monitoring and all that. Not just cobots, but one of the things we worry about is 2 components. One is how do you manage all the data that you could conceivably come out of automation, and the second is cybersecurity of that data. Are you seeing anything that says not only are they putting in cobots, but people are collecting more data on throughput and timing and quality and how the machine is performing itself? In our small companies, do you think, are they going to be able to deal with that kind of analysis and that kind of data collection? Because, you've seen it. You can generate scads of data, but no information unless you're looking at it right.
Yeah. Yeah, good question. There's been a lot of talk about those things, and some of the larger, more mature companies have done some things there, but in a lot of cases, things are turned off because it's just this tidal wave of data and not actionable information. In the cobot space, we have a platform to do some things that are interesting. Our guys are thinking about it. It's not top of mind yet. I think it's an opportunity. If you can be smart about it, and there's things there around artificial intelligence, data analytics, there's things our team is looking at, but it hasn't been a big driver right now. It's not an issue right now. On the sensing side, we have adapted the systems to sense for variation. When you get into very large weldments, things distort, change. We've added some things to our tool to make it adaptive. Like we'll touch sense and we'll do through the arc seam tracking where we're monitoring and guiding it based on where the real welding joint is. So there are some sensing tools that are very applicable and practical and used. On the data collection and action from that, sparingly, there's been some from my experience in traditional, but not adapted like we all thought it would be yet. Maybe someday.
Gotcha. You know, you might want to come to the, if you're going to be around, come to the cybersecurity session at 2, because I would imagine that would be an opportunity for a breach, depending on where those parts come from, right? So how can people reach you the rest of the day? I know we'll put your your contact information is up there, but will you be around today?
I will be around today, and then our distributor is In Position Technologies in Denver, and they have a booth here, and they can help also in broader than just arc welding and cutting, which is our focus.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you so much
Thank you.
for playing today.
Yeah,
I
it was
know
fun.
I was so excited you said yes. I'm like, we get to talk again. It's awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
We'll
Christina.
absolutely let Tom close the session for you.
Thank you both. That was to thank our sponsors, Aerotech, First Bank, Flood and Peterson, Plant Moran, and Precision Machine Products, and co-sponsor in the speaker hall is Office of Economic Development and International Trade. We've got to clear the room. If you want to contact either Doug or Christina, give Lisa a card, Lisa back there, who was handling the mic duties, and she will get them to both Christina and Doug if you'd like. Doug will be around, and I will tell you, Doug is one of the most approachable, nicest people I've run into in manufacturing, so don't hesitate to walk up to him. Christina is the same way, so I know they're very anxious to talk to anybody who's got more questions. And thank you again. That was really good. Oh, that was not on my list, so yeah. Thank you.
All righty. Well, welcome to Rethinking Workforce Recruiting and Retention Strategies for the Near and Long Term. My name is Christina Haxton. I am not the sponsor of this, although OEdit is the sponsor. And they're not here right now. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce the session and the panelists. Let me tell you a little bit about the Colorado Economic Development. They are here to represent, first of all, they're co-sponsoring our speaker hall, so we want to thank them. But they represent the Colorado Employee Ownership Office. So I didn't know if you knew that there was an employee ownership office to help businesses specifically become employee owned, because obviously that increases engagement, right? Which is what we're talking about. It's not for everybody, I'm sure. And anyway, so they are actually here at the trade show. So the Employee Ownership Office establishes a network of technical support and service providers for businesses considering employee ownership structures. Employee-owned businesses promote a higher quality of life for employee owners, including higher wages, less turnover, access to better benefits, and job security. So they're excited to be here and be a speaker hall sponsor because they want to hear from you what businesses need so that they can support you on and share with you the transformational power employee ownership can have for your business. We'd also like to thank our major sponsors, Aerotech, First Bank, Fled & Peterson, Plant Moran, and Precision Machine Products, and speaker hall co-sponsor, Manufacturer's Edge. So this session is being live streamed and recorded, and we're going to make that available to everybody after the trade show, and we'll send a link and a follow-up communication for everybody. So we're looking forward to bringing you a great conversation with some leaders from our manufacturing community. There's going to be time at the end for Q&A. And so if you can hold your questions until then. We also have live stream, so if we have an audience on live stream, we'll be taking questions there too. If you do want to connect with any of our panelists afterwards, I'm going to have contact information for you up here, and you can contact them. Also, if you want to either hand cards or put cards or notes or something on this table up here, you're welcome to do that, and we'll make sure to get them to you, okay? All right, so I'm Christina Haxton. I'll be facilitating our conversation today. I'm the CEO of the Center for Sustainable Strategies. So what we do is we offer executive and team coaching and strategic advisory services for fast growth, small to mid-market companies. And let me introduce Mohammed. So Mohammed Abbasi is Client Development Manager with Adecco Staffing. Am I pronouncing that correctly? The second largest recruitment and staffing agency in the nation. He works out of the Fort Collins branch, and he works directly with Woodward, just a little company up there, just a little company up there in Fort. Just do a couple things up there. And Mohammed focuses primarily on bringing the strength and backing that comes from a larger agency, because Adecco is international agency. And brings it kind of down to the ground in a person, right?
Exactly.
In a face for Woodward. So he really does have a knowledge and understanding of the job market in Northern Colorado in the Fort Collins area. Mohammed specializes in bringing up engagement with community partners for recruiting and building continuous outreach with the community network in recruitment. So we're going to have a really cool conversation. When I heard about some of the things that you were doing, I'm like, it's about time. And and it's really not as easy for our smaller companies to do what you're doing. But I think that you're definitely going to bring forth some strategies and tactics that they easily could do. And I think you said for free.
Absolutely.
Which is also very exciting, right? So we also have Kristen Moorfield, Director of Operations. It sounds like you're director of everything. You're like in charge of everything. I'm thinking, what happens if Kristen has knee surgery and she's out? Like, who runs Spark Fund? Glenn? Where's Glenn?
I was down for about 72 hours
Oh, were you?
after pretty major knee surgery.
I bet.
And then I was back online.
I bet. So, Director of Operations, Administration, and HR at Spark Fund Electronics, right? Mm-hmm. So what we want to do here at this point in time, basically, is to kind of just dive in, right? And what we were talking about a little bit ago was basically, let me just advance the slides here. I don't multitask very well. Did you see that? Like totally left that off. So what we saw about a year ago about a year ago, is we had a lot of information about this turnover tsunami. Did you hear about the turnover tsunami? So if you have an earthquake, right? There's an earthquake and you live on an island, right? There's a tsunami coming, right? And most smart people get the heck off the beach, right? I don't think it still caught us off guard. We had the earthquake, and we heard the sirens, and we're like, yeah, no, we're fine. We're just going to hang out here on the beach. We're just going to see what happens, right? And so what we had happen was, I think we had kind of normal workforce pains, right? Especially in manufacturing, because we have our own, our own pain points when it comes to workforce shortage, right? So I think they were doing some long-term things from a strategic standpoint in terms of getting into the middle schools, into the high schools. Manufacturing isn't what people thought it was. If your parents are telling you, oh, you got to go to college, you don't really, right? Maybe there's some other things you'd really rather be doing and sooner, right? And so they were doing all those kind of longer-term strategic things, and struggling with some of the short-term workforce shortages that we have here, in our area. But what happened was, then we have 2020, everybody just kind of hunkered down, right? In our basements, in our home offices, on our kitchen tables, in our, I've seen some interesting, bedrooms, like you're working from your bed. Why are we Zooming about that? So everybody just hunkered down, and if they were looking before, right, they stopped, right? And so now you have the tide going out, right? And here's some interesting data. We had this a year ago. So here's the siren. It says last year, more than half employees surveyed in North America plan to look for a new job in 2021. We knew that. Okay.
Absolutely.
What did we do? We stuck our head in the sand, right? Separate research shows that a quarter of workers plan to quit their jobs outright once the COVID-19 pandemic subsides and recruiting efforts ramp up. So we're just waiting, right? Employees were experiencing high rates of turnover prior to the economic shutdown triggered by the pandemic last spring, but since then, quit rates reached their lowest level in years. So there's that, it got really quiet. And now we have a pent-up demand, right? So now we have people just waiting, whether it's the right time or not. We're done waiting. And now here comes the big wave, right? So now we're experiencing that, right? This is just prior to the pandemic, you had about 3.5 million people leaving their jobs monthly. Drops down to 1.9 million in April 2020. The projected number for December, 3.3 million. And we're already seeing a substantial return of voluntary turnover. It's only going to increase. So now here we are, September something, 2021, right? So does this surprise either one of you at all?
Not at all.
I think maybe the magnitude, but generally speaking, right, like if you look historically at employment data, when you have a low year of turnover,
right.
Now 2020 was unprecedented, even though I now try not to use that word. But even though 2020 was unprecedented in the percentage of turnover and how low it was, you typically see those waves, right? You'll see a low year, and then it'll be a high year, and then you'll see a low year, and then it'll be a high year. And what we ended up seeing was the valley and the peak just were significantly lower the previous years, and now it's significantly higher. And I think the other thing that was an unforeseen outcome of COVID was just people's motivations for work changed, right?
Yep.
So it's a matter of they now realize that, for example, we had an employee, long tenured employee, 11 plus years, who had been talking to us for years about how he wanted to move back to California because that's where his family was. And he just didn't have the impetus to do it. And after COVID, he was like, well, that's it. I want to live closer to family. It was a job that couldn't be remote. And so he took advantage of it. And that's what we didn't anticipate, right, was kind of the change in motivation and people leaving without necessarily having their next platform to jump onto.
Right.
But the high turnover, I don't think, was totally unforeseen.
I would fully agree. I mean, people know what they want now. Like that gentleman that wanted to go out to California, it's the same thing where, I mean, if people were able to work remotely or they were able to do some sort of a hybrid thing, and now, if they're being dragged back into the office, there are people who are, there are people who like being in the office, great, but there are people who are well, we were able to do all of this without me coming in. Why do I need to be there? And that's whether it's manufacturing or whatever the industry might be. I mean, there are, whether it's engineers or designers or other people on a team, especially in the manufacturing industry, where it's, well, we could do this remotely. Why would we, So that's a big thing where, like you said, motivations have changed and people are realizing I have something else in mind that I'd like to do, and I can just spring forward and I'll find something for it.
I'm going to push back a little bit on that, Mohammed. I don't know that motivations have changed as much as people, for example, time freedom and flexibility. I've done in the past a lot of work working with, and I hate to typecast millennials, this generation, but they happen to be the generation that voted with their feet. Right? And then you have Gen X and baby boomers like, yeah, what he said. I like that. I know you'd like that. You just weren't speaking up and you were tolerating it.
Right.
So I think, with 2020, people became much less tolerant of what they were tolerating.
Yeah.
And to your point, well, if I don't have to, why would I go back to doing something that I realized I really hated or didn't want to do, or why do I have to do it that way? Right. So nothing like a pandemic to kick us in the butt to say, what? Why do we have to keep doing things the same way? So people got really willing to take action. And to your point, Kristen, like your guy who's like, I'm just going to jump on a plane. You know what? Who needs a plan, right? Who needs a plan?
Getting to family was the plan.
Yeah. Yeah, but the taking action, you ever heard the joke, 2 frogs sitting on a log in the middle of the lake, one decides to jump off, how many frogs do you have left?
I don't think I've ever heard that one.
2.
2, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
because they just decided, he didn't jump, right?
Yeah.
So you have a lot of people willing to jump off the log at this point in time, whether it's a good decision or not a good decision, whether it's moving for a lifestyle change or it's jumping off the log because they've been enticed because the grass is greener or another company's poaching them, courting them, right? People are just desperate for better.
Right? Yeah, poaching has gone bonkers,
to
use a technical term. So I would say that poaching it's always been a thing, right? There's no doubt about it, and especially in the manufacturing industry because the talent pool is significantly smaller than a lot of other industries. Especially in the Boulder, Northern Colorado area, right? Because it's a hub for like tech and things of that nature. So you've got a surplus of tech workers, but when it comes to manufacturing, people forget that there's so many manufacturers in Northern Colorado, and so it doesn't get a lot of headlines. And so that's why you saw employers start to reach into the high schools and the middle schools to expand that talent pool.
Right.
So everyone's not just
It's a longer runway, though. You got to admit.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
But, oh gosh, I lost my train of thought. This happens to me like every day now.
Yeah. So poaching is a thing.
Yeah, but
has always
poaching-
been a thing, and now they're more aggressive.
It's just amplified.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing people who are being poached at double the salary. And when you're a small to medium-sized business, you can compete on some level with money, but not at the levels or capacities that we're seeing in the market. Because we could maybe do it as a one-off, but it's not sustainable. Right.
And then what happens is, well, Joe said, Joe came in and said, I want triple my salary, and Joe got triple his salary, so I'm going to do the same thing. So how much of that is contagious?
Oh.
And it's not, like you said, it's not
So
sustainable.
No, and I think that's really what you're seeing with the small to medium-sized manufacturers right now is that can you compete right now? Maybe, right? Like, I don't know.
How else can you, if you can't, like, there's 2 areas. One is, let me triple your salary, double your salary,
money.
or title. And I find that a lot of times there's inflated titles, and people want titles. But do you really feel like, do people really want that?
Title isn't, I don't know, in my experience, I've noticed, like, title isn't a thing as much anymore.
Right.
I've noticed it's pay, and then in some cases, depending on the role, it's the flexibility, it's what that person can get time-wise.
Yeah.
I think it's monetary value and time value is the two biggest things now. A title, if you pay me the same as somebody who's got the highest title and call me, Joe Schmo,
They don't care.
They don't care. Exactly. It's not so much about that title anymore because it's about what you can do with what you're getting.
From a recruiting standpoint, I know you're not a recruiter technically, but you are face-to-face with potential candidates
100%.
all the time, right? What are you hearing that they say they want, and we know what they say they want is not necessarily what they want. So,
right.
But at the same time, what are you hearing they're looking for in an employer that they're 100% committed? Like, what are they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really, and it's interesting because
I've seen it change depending on, of course, the age range, right?
Okay.
So I've seen people who are, maybe 10 to 15 years away from retirement.
Yeah.
So they're looking at, okay, it's post-COVID.
Yeah.
I'm looking at an opportunity for change.
Yeah.
Where can I go where I'm going to get the best benefits to make sure that I'm fully prepared for that retirement in 10 to 15
So
years?
benefits meaning 401k, benefits meaning
Exactly. 401k,
retirement.
health
So they want to
benefits,
build up their
retirement benefits.
so they can leave.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. And these are people with experience. This is. I spoke with somebody he was 30 years with the company, and came to me, and I'm thinking, what does that company have if you're coming for a new opportunity after 30 years?
He was already employed with the company
He was
and
already
saying,
employed.
I'm looking for another opportunity because I have a shorter timeline than I thought, and I've got some pretty aggressive retirement goals.
He's looking for improved retirement opportunities, absolutely. He's just looking for a better opportunity where he's going to feel more comfortable in that future for him and his wife. And so that's it. Where you look at that side of the age range, that's where you find. Whereas when you look at people on the younger side of the age range, it's I want to grow with a company.
Define younger.
When you look at millennials and just under that. So I would say you're 18 to 40. I would say
a little
maybe.
bit, yeah. Let's just tighten that up a little bit. So maybe late 20s,
Late 20s,
30s,
mid 30s. Yeah,
okay.
mid 30. I would say it's let me get into a position. I might have been bouncing around from a place to a place previously, or I've built up some experience, and now I want to actually, I've got a foundation, but now I want to find a company to bring that foundation to.
So they're
and
looking.
grow
They're
with.
actually looking. It's contrary to popular belief, right? They're not loyal. They're job hopping. You probably see that demographic more so want to say, I want to find a company, and I want to make a commitment of my time and my experience.
The only ones that I've seen that have been more job hopping, it's someone who was laid off at the start of COVID and was looking for a temporary opportunity. And so they picked one, and it didn't match with what their field is. And now they're like, okay, I want to get back into the field. I want to get back into the manufacturing industry, but I didn't have the opportunity previously. So as because we've got kind of two sides of a coin here, right? We've got people we've got that mass tsunami of the retirement, and we've got our companies that are doing mass recruiting and mass trying to gain people in. And I think people are seeing that coin shift to where, okay, we're going to leave these temporary jobs that we got into to get in on that recruiting ramp as well. That's kind of what I've seen.
And so what are they looking for in an employer from a standpoint of like what do they want employers to offer them? What does it look like from the employer side?
Right. Well, it looks like from the employer side, we have one guy that's looking for retirement benefits on the older side. On the other side, we're looking at people who are looking for good family benefits, good whether that's health, dental, whatever that might be, life insurance benefits.
I'm hearing mental health is a huge benefit now for family members.
It is,
right?
absolutely.
Huge.
100%.
Yeah.
It's also vastly underutilized when it comes to healthcare benefits.
Yeah, that's a whole other conversation, to be honest. I'm a retired marriage and family therapist. I can tell you right now, this is a long time coming.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But at the same point, the mental health, the physical health and mental health of my family really matters. So are they asking for that, or is that something you just know that
they're asking to see benefit? More people are asking to see what the benefits packages are.
Right.
They're asking to see what is involved at this standpoint. With us, it's trying to find out what our benefit solution is. If we're connecting with another organization, it's finding out what their benefits packages are, finding out what those comparisons are. I mean, that's a huge part of it.
Interesting.
That's a key factor. We had a gentleman who was looking, and he was just starting to grow his family. And so he became to a question of, okay, well, let me look at the two benefits packages that these companies are offering. One was a company where it'd be a room for growth, and then one was a company where he'd start in at a position already. And he took the one with the room for growth because that had the potential for better benefits than the other one, which was going to be holding firm.
Interesting. Okay. So Spark Fund's bootstrapped, absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Right. So you don't have super deep pockets. To pay people, extraordinarily, huge salaries. What would you recommend from a retention standpoint that a company like Spark, 100 people, right, 100 folks, what would you recommend that they consider? And you don't even, maybe not a fair question because you don't know what they're offering.
Right.
But what would be something that they could offer based on the demographic, that they're looking to hire, which is entry level more so, or?
I think it's interesting, right? So another thing to know about Spark Fund is we have everything under one roof, right? So we have all the functions in one place. So we have manufacturing, but we also have marketing, engineering, product development. We also have business development, and then we have my team, right, that handles supply chain logistics and things of that nature. So we have everything under one roof. So it's really, you have to target what demographic you're talking about. Like, are we talking about manufacturing, or are we talking about other functions? And then you have to look at some of the other things about SparkFun are, which would be good for a recruiter to know, is that, not that I'm plugging that, but what would be good for a recruiter to know is that, right, like we do have long-term employees. I've been there for 11 years. We have people in our manufacturing. I think the average tenure is about 7 or 8 years. So we have people there for a long time.
Does that matter? Do people say, like, how long have people been there?
And that's something I wanted to say. When a company like SparkFun can point out, hey, we have these people that have been here for this amount of time, and especially if they could point out, this person might have started here, and this is where they've grown to.
Okay.
That's one of the biggest things when I'm showing people, when I'm bringing people into Woodward, and I'm showing them, hey, I have these people that are working in these positions. I mean, I know supervisors at Woodward that started 35 years ago as a contractor, as a temp, and they've grown into a position. And so that's the best thing that I can do is show them.
As long as it doesn't take 35 years.
As long as and I've got a range, because I've seen I have a supervisor where it's 35 years, and they haven't been a contractor for 35 years. They've been with Woodward now for 35 years. They were a contractor 35 years ago.
I can't live that long.
Yeah, they were a contractor 35 years ago, I should say. And but I mean, I've gotten the chance to speak with supervisors and people in those positions where it's been 35 years, and I've spoken with some where they started about 2 years ago from a contracting role.
Gotcha.
And now they're working with value streams, and they're working in they're coordinating teams. And so I think that's the biggest thing, is showing, hey, you're not just going to start here and stay doing this for the rest of your time. You have an opportunity to build something and grow this, and things will grow with you.
Right,
as well.
regardless of how old they are. And so maybe they're in their 50s, right, or 60s.
Right.
And don't overlook the fact that tenure is important, and that personal development and growth. I know I've known more people and more companies to lose more people because they don't have growth opportunities that are clear and laid out, and there's a plan to get there, not just a hope, right? We know hope's not a strategy, and not many people buy that, or they might, and they find out quickly that they have no strategy for development. But when we were talking last week, I heard you say, right now you just feel like you're in firefighting mode, trying to keep people. They come to you with their notice, right? And you're like, oh, crud, now what do we do? How can we keep you? So you're having that conversation. By that time, it's kind of like emotional divorce. Once you're then emotionally divorced, you're kind of already partway there. You got to catch them before they start considering, having an affair, if you will. and so so from the standpoint of, what Mohammed's talking about in terms of, trying to keep people in professional development or leadership development, I got the sense from you that it was like, oh gosh, it's too late for that right now. That's not going to keep people. They're not that interested in growth or development kind of opportunities. So is that, talk to me a little bit about that. Is that something people are wanting, more growth and development opportunities inside of companies? And here's Kristen's company going, we're just putting out fires right now.
I think it's one of the things that we've identified is that when you're a small organization, right, and you're fairly flat, the vertical mobility is not really there.
No.
And so what you have to figure out is, and it is there, right? I mean, like, you talk about where people started. I started as a temp in 2010, and now I'm the director of operations, right? Like, so you want to talk about vertical mobility, like, that's amazing, right? I'm thankful and grateful for every day that I get to work at SparkFun. But what we have to figure out, and what makes it harder at a company that's smaller, that's mostly flat, is there isn't that vertical mobility, so you have to teach people that there's also breadth, right? You can add breadth to your development,
cross-training,
and you can cross-train, and you can learn new skills, especially at a place like SparkFun, where we have everything under one roof. So yes, you can go job shadow that technical engineer, or yes, you can go job shadow that software developer or that marketer. And adding breadth and really wisdom and experience to their job growth is what we've had to target. And that is it's an easy story to tell. It is a difficult story to put on a piece of paper or on a benefits page, right? And say, this is what you can gain.
What would that sound on a benefits? What would that sound like on a benefits page?
And you know what? I was going to say, though, I fully agree, because it is hard to put on a benefits page where that opportunity is. the best way for me to be able to demonstrate it, and that's why I do with every single candidate that we're going to, like any candidate that we look at bringing into Woodward, I personally take them on a tour at that facility. And I don't just show them their department. I don't just go in and say, okay, well, you're going to work right here. This is going to be your station, and you're going to do this. You're either going to, you're going to machine this part, or you're going to put this together, or you're going to stock this all day. I walk them through the whole process. I walk them through, this is where this comes in, and this is where it's going to move on to here. It's going to move on to here. These are the checks and balances.
So you systemically kind of show them what matters about that one position, but it also exposes them to other opportunities.
Exactly.
Really indirectly.
So
COVID really put small to medium-sized businesses at a detriment, right?
Yeah.
Because we didn't allow external people into our building, and actually we're still quite restrictive as to who can come into our facility because we have 30 to 35 employees that have to come to work every day that we're trying to protect.
When I was going to say, tours had just, I just got permission to restart those tours about a month and a half ago. And already 2 weeks ago, we said, okay, well, let's watch how we're doing certain things. So it's not a total, regardless of the size, I think that's such a key because as soon as you knock out part of that system due to illness, if one person in an area gets ill, you're going to see a slowdown across the board, and so it does not help at all.
Is that a concern right now? I'm hearing it's a concern, but I'm curious from you, from a candidate standpoint. They're like, okay, COVID. I don't know if I want to go work on a manufacturing floor. I don't know if I want to go back into a location. Is that something you're hearing concerns about?
I haven't heard concerns about that. Speaking with candidates, I haven't heard any candidates that are concerned with that. Whether the candidate is vaccinated or unvaccinated, chooses to wear their mask, or
doesn't seem to matter anymore.
They've kind of, each one has their own kind of, okay, now I'm comfortable with this way of doing it. As long as it falls in line with the company's policy, then that's all right. So, but I haven't run into that issue.
Not feeling like you have to manage that so much. But then, like you say, you don't want to expose your employees. And you don't want your employees saying, oh, yeah, they're just letting everybody come in because they want people so badly and they feel at risk or jeopardized. You certainly don't want that.
Definitely. Yeah. No, absolutely.
And what I think is really interesting, though, I'm a silver linings person. I'm an eternal optimist, annoyingly so. And one of the silver linings from COVID, I think, is that people really understood what they were looking for in a position. So when we have people applying for manufacturing and warehouse positions, they know what they're applying for, right? They know that they're coming, and maybe they don't know the specific position or the specific skill set or things of that nature, right? But they know, okay, I'm applying for a manufacturing position, and we make it very clear that that is on site 5 days a week, 8 to 5 p.m., right? And so they know that going in. We are, even though we're a private company, we are very open and transparent about what each position will entail. And so I think what we found with COVID is that people got very clear about what they were looking for. Like if I'm looking for a manufacturing job, I know what comes with that. And so we haven't had very much ambiguity as to, or concern over like coming into the site, being on site all the time and things of that nature, risk levels, because to your point, every person has made their own risk tolerance judgment.
So they already know. So it's not a question mark.
No.
Not a question mark.
No.
Yeah. What would you say from a retention standpoint? And I know you want to bubble wrap. I've got some bubble wrap for you. There's some employees some key employees
stole some from shipping
to bubble wrap people and to be able to keep them. But what are you finding isn't working that used to work with respect to retaining people, and what are you most surprised about that does work?
Yeah, so one of the things that the three of us talked about when we had the phone call was one of the things we're learning, while we are putting out fires, is that we learned through COVID that our employees have, maybe motivation isn't the right word, but like what really drives them to stay with an organization, or what really drives them to come in every day and give their best, has shifted. And so our job now is to figure out what are those new interests? I can't find the right word, but what are those new things?
You mentioned core values. You're like, we're going to hire, going forward, we're going to hire for core values alignment.
Yeah.
And so how do we connect their current personal core values, right? Which is what matters, what are my negotiables and non-negotiables? What am I willing and no longer willing to do, right? And how does that express itself at work? So are you finding you have to kind of connect the dots for them or with them?
So to an extent, I think, and I've done, 10 years in HR, I have a ton of work that I've done with just core values in an organization. And one of the things that really resonates, and one of the reasons why I think our values have been so consistent over the last 5 years, is that they did resonate with people immediately, right? And our organization helped us create those core values.
Can you give an example of one of your core values?
Yeah.
I call it the red velvet rope policy, or get to know fast.
Yep.
NO, right? Which is, this is not going to work for you. Don't bother to apply, right?
Yeah.
So what would be an example
So
of that?
I think a great one where we actually did have to go in and kind of clarify the definition is people first, right? So that's one of our core values. It's people first. And, you know, immediately, because I say this all the time, right? Employees, myself included, right? The first time that a company does something, I'm going to say, how does this impact me? And so what people did with people first is what they internalized was that, oh, what is the company going to do for me? And so through discussions and through open communications, we found out that, like, we found that out, and then we shared with people, actually, that's not really what that means. What this truly means is showing up as a good citizen every day, right? Showing up for your team, showing up for the company, and showing up in the best version of yourself, because that's what's going to bring to the team and going to make the team better. And then accountability, right? And so by showing up as the best citizen you possibly can for your team, now you can hold your team accountable to that same standard, and they can hold you. And so that's one of those things. Those are 2 of our 5 values, and those things resonate with people. And that's what we found was, not only did we have our employee base help us create those, but then we said, okay, how do you make them actionable? And no, we're not talking pointing out, you know, I always use the name Timmy Tebow, which is terrible, but like as my example, but like, you know, we're not going, hey, Timmy Tebow isn't doing his work or showing up on time. It's more so, hey, Timmy Tebow, I need you to help me with this piece of the project. How do we do this together? And so that's how we got people to internalize that, and the employees just ran with it. And you see it, right? You can see it in the employees you can also see engagement, right? There's no doubt about it. Nonverbals are like big red flashers when an employee is engaged or disengaged. And so you see that, and we have certain employees that were like, okay, so not that we're got checkbox of values, but we're saying, okay, you know, this aligns and you're showing me this on a daily basis, and even unintentionally. And then it's like, okay, bubble wrap, build team around.
Okay.
And so that's how you find that they align. You find that they're, well, most people don't sit down and say, what are my values? You know, but you can see it in the actions they do, in the nonverbals and the engagement and all of those things. You see it every day.
If you're paying attention.
If you're paying attention.
And so how do you get people to pay attention to that? Like, for example, your managers. Your managers are basically why people leave and why people stay, right? And you shared with me, we talked about stay interviews. Yeah, having people do one more thing is just mind-numbing, right?
When what I find is I paused because I'm also loud and like walk to people's offices a lot. But what we had to do with HR is connect the dots that, like, this isn't just another admin checkbox, right? Like when HR says things, people are like, oh, there's another admin checkbox, right? Like, oh, I got to do another admin checkbox. And it's like, no. This isn't an admin checkbox. This is professional development for you, because now you're learning how to talk to people. Now you're learning how to pick up on those nonverbals, and now you're going to make your team stronger by being able to have these one-on-ones, having these team chats.
And when you listen at work, you practice for listening at home, because you know what, that works, right?
And this is a great example. We have a manager who is a sponge, right? Like, this dude just soaks up everything that we say, and he's learning and he's growing and he's young, and man, he's going to be an amazing senior leader or executive one day. And what he does is he takes those things, and one thing that I've tried to help with our managers with is repeat to me what you heard, so that I make sure that what I'm saying is what you're hearing, and what you're hearing is what I'm saying. And so he's so good at this, and he started doing that at home.
Go figure.
And like I've met his wife, and they talk about how they actually practice their leadership skills at home on each other. Now they're young, they don't have kiddos yet, and so, you know, they've got a little extra time. But and they're actually becoming better leaders because they're practicing those skills at home with their partners as well as at work.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where practice makes permanent. It doesn't matter where you practice, right? Just don't screw up at home.
Yeah.
You'll never hear the end of it.
Right. Don't talk about disciplinary actions at home. But yeah.
Gosh, we don't need to go there.
Yeah.
All right.
But it is interesting, right? And and you can see it when the managers connect those dots. This isn't just
Yeah.
an admin checkbox. It's
Yes.
team building. In
Yes.
fact,
Making you an
then-
effective human. How about being
right,
an effective
right.
human?
And building your EQ, right, which is
Yeah.
difficult in tech.
Yeah.
And so once they connect those dots, it's like, oh, okay, and then
Right.
they jump all over it.
Right.
And they go to town, and we have some of the strongest teams that we've had in our history right now because the managers have internalized that. And it's great, but it is, to your point, it's kind of informal stay interviews,
Very much.
right? So each time you have a one-on-one, that's a connection point, right? So don't make it we should talk about this, or what did you put on the agenda, or blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. Throw in a question, just one question every time that's like, hey, what motivates you to come into work every day? What are you looking for in the next 3 to 5 years, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a formal, I'm going to sit down with you for an hour and we're going to talk about this and you're going to put an agenda together. But it's more so, hey, we're running one-on-one. How's your family? How's it going? How's
Yeah.
Spark Fun, right? Like, how's the team going? What could we do better? Just very quickly and
What's
formally
working,
throw
what's
it.
not working so
Yeah.
well, how can I help?
Exactly.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
And then you also have to build that rapport with the employee, though, too, right? So they don't feel like that now they're in a performance review.
Yeah, but if you make it into the
yeah.
day-to-day or not that
Yeah.
often conversation, then it's not so like, oh my gosh, I'm under a spotlight, now I have to give you the right answers. It becomes part of what's expected. And so they feel more confidence in being honest with you about what's not working or what should I stop doing, right?
Yeah.
Is another good question for managers to ask, because they're not going to tell you where you suck because
Yeah.
you're their manager. But if you say, what can I stop doing if I'm your manager? I'm like, well, then that's a little bit more inviting.
And doing it in a team atmosphere as well, right? That's what people also forget is that informal team meetings are incredibly beneficial, right? Like I know, and I also benefit from this, especially after having surgery, the flexibility of being in the office a couple days a week, but at home a couple days a week. Is that what you miss sometimes is you don't get that like just inorganic conversation when you're at
Yeah.
home.
Yep.
And the team meetings feel very contrived,
Yeah.
right? And like, oh, we have to have an agenda, or what's the point of getting on this video call?
Right.
But when you're in the office, one of the things that's so big for our culture is, and we only ask employees to be there twice a week. It's not mandatory. But if you can be there twice a week, it's just sitting down with the team and having the same informal conversation. Because what I found from my vantage point is I've done that with teams before, and you get some really honest dialogue going back and forth when you have a team, and it's open, and you know that like, I'm not going to take this information and you're not going to get in trouble. Our culture and our environment is to where you can say something that will take me off guard and I'll be like, oh, give me a second. But it's okay. And those conversations can happen in that team setting, not just one-on-one. And, you know, to bring it back to retention, I think that's incredibly important from a retention standpoint.
That's why people stay, right? They have a friend at work, right?
Exactly.
And they feel cared about, maybe even loved. Not in that way, but you know what I mean?
No, yeah.
By their manager.
Yeah.
Right? And it really does come, that's a lot of pressure to put on somebody who's in the middle of a sandwich.
Yeah.
To be sure. Yeah.
And it's because we run really lean, right? Which most companies do, especially if you're small to medium size, especially right now. We run really lean, and so it really is getting the managers to connect the dots on it isn't just another admin checkbox.
Yeah.
Because they're so busy, right? Our managers, and I hate the word busy, but it's true. Everybody's busy, right? Like
Well, and now
everyone.
even because we're doing more with less,
Yep.
and there's higher demand, people are stretched really thin. Now we have
Oh,
a
yeah.
different problem, as we have a burnout problem.
Exactly. That's going to be the next tsunami.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh, absolutely.
And
It's
that's
already
actually
here.
why we're already seeing it, because people are choosing not to return to the workforce,
Yeah.
right? We're seeing large numbers of people who are just like, you know, unemployment benefits ran out, which I never really thought that was a true crutch.
No.
Speaking of, but there are lots of people who are like, you know what, like the cost benefit analysis, because childcare costs have also gone up exponentially.
Yeah.
You know, long-term care facility costs have gone up exponentially. The cost benefit analysis just doesn't work anymore. Like, I'm going to stay home because it makes more sense. Or, you know what, like I'm going to stay home and decide what my next path is, and then I'm going to go back to the workforce.
So people are waiting.
Take a
Yeah.
beat.
Are you
and learn
seeing?
and
Are you?
understand it.
What are you seeing on your end from that standpoint? Are you?
We were seeing people, I mean, and we are seeing people who are coming off of those benefits.
Yeah.
So now, especially in Colorado, right, that's you know, people are coming off of those benefits. There were people who were smart about 2 weeks before the benefits ended, they started coming early, and those are people who we were able to work with.
Is there a particular demographic that you noticed kind of hung back a little longer than another, or just pretty much everyone is not going to actually jump off the log until they really have to?
Honestly, it was a full range. I'd seen it from your 20s to 30s to people in 50s. I mean,
People are just exhausted, aren't they? They just are tired of making decisions. They're just tired of making decisions.
I described this to a couple of my girlfriends the other day who were in town, and I said, you got to take normal stressors, right? So we're all dealing with just life stressors, right? And for a lot of people, those are compounding life stressors, right? That you maybe personally, professionally, right? A lot of people have felt lost. A lot of people have felt just overwhelmed and all of those things, right? So you've got normal life stressors, and then you throw a big bubble of pandemic around that, right? So now you've got normal life stressors, and then you've got this big heavy rock that everyone's lifting up a mountain that's a pandemic. And it's exhausting, and people forget about that, right? They forget that, like, yes, I've got these life stressors, but my goodness, like, I'm still living through a pandemic.
And you mentioned, people either being overwhelmed by that, including, also people being overwhelmed by having to make those decisions and make those things. I've had a gentleman who came up to me, and he explicitly, great background, great manufacturing experience. He explicitly came to me and said, I don't want to roll with actual responsibility to where I'm making a decision. He said, every time I've gotten into a role, that's the role that I'm put into based on my experience. I appreciate that. I would rather take a role where I have a lower income and I can just be he said, I want to be the old guy on the team who people can ask questions to, but is not responsible for when they do something 1, 2, or 3 that's wrong. I said, that's fair. I can understand that. Fair. He said, I would like to enjoy these last, another 15 years of being able to work and just enjoying what I'm doing versus being the decision maker.
We have a bubble wrap employee. That's what I'm going to call them moving forward. We have a bubble wrap employee who, from day one, right, he's been like, do not make me manage people. Like, day one. He was in a management role in a previous position for years and years and years, and that was the one thing he said. And then every time we talk to him, right, because again, he's one of those people that is so incredible that we want to build a team around him. And he's just, every time we talk to him, he's like, I'm good, just don't make me manage people.
I just don't want the people problems.
Just don't make me do personnel management, and I'm good. And we're like, great.
Well, it's got to be, like I said, you got burnout not only in the part of employees, but now you have managers who have to, basically it's kind of like they got the hot potato, and how do we manage that? So we have a few minutes. I want to go ahead and take some questions from our lovely audience here. And if we have anyone on the live stream too, then we'll go ahead and have Sylvia do that. But if you have a question, raise your hand. Sylvia will come towards you with the microphone. Don't run from her. But we do want you to hold your question until she gets to you so we can make sure to pick up the question on the audio. Okay, so who has a question? For anybody here? Thank you for going first, by the way.
Yeah, no problem. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear
you. You mentioned what drives employees to come into work has really changed before and after COVID. Could you give more specific examples about that?
Absolutely.
I'm going to guess that's here too.
And I guess I should tweak my statement. I was having trouble finding the right words. I don't know that the drives have necessarily changed, but what takes priority has changed. So, for example, the employee I mentioned who left to go be with family, he was always driven to be close to family. Every time he took a vacation, he would take 3 weeks to go to California to see family. And it just became that became the priority in his life post-COVID. But what I would say is, right now, what we struggle with, and you hear me make a big sigh because it is firefighting right now, right, is that we are battling things that are just beyond our control, which I also want to qualify that, right, because there's always external factors that are beyond your control. But right now, it just feels like things are like spiraling when you're a small to medium-sized business because you've got big businesses who are coming in and poaching and saying, I'll double your salary, right? I'll give you that director title, even if you may not quite be ready for it. You've just got a lot of money out there right now, and that's across function. So that's manufacturing all the way up. And so you really see like what drove people to stay knowing what's out there in the market right now. And some of it is loyalty, some of it is unfortunately complacency, some of it is also just truly enjoying what you do. I love my job, right? I love the company I work for. I love going in. I love the fact that I can walk down the hall and have a quick chat with our CEO and then go see what our founder is tinkering with. I love that about my company. And so it's just a matter of what really drives you. But I think post-COVID, they were just reprioritized. So family became much more important. Work-life balance needs to be defined better. Those words are no longer applicable, in my opinion.
Work-life integration. There's no such thing as balance.
No, because I have an elderly dog. I need to take 30 minutes to go take care of him during the day, and that's okay now.
Yeah.
Not saying that it wasn't before, but now that is a priority for me. And so I think that really is what it is. And I think that the buzzword work-life balance is going to go away because we now need to define how does work fit into your life versus how does your life fit into work.
Good. That's really, really well put. Really
Yeah.
well put, Kristen.
I think it's important.
Yeah.
I haven't seen my folks since December of 2019. That's a big deal to me. And so how they're coming out here, thank goodness. And it's okay guys, I'm taking days off.
Right. So if you had a manager, if you were my direct report, right, and I say, I know your folks, you want to see your folks, and it's about time. How can we help? How can we kind of pave the way for you to be able to have the bandwidth in your mind, not to worry about work, but to go spend time with your folks when they're here? How can we help?
Yeah.
Would that matter to you?
Yeah, I think that's incredibly important. Because especially going virtual, you've got chat, you've got text, you've got call, you've got virtual meetings, we're on all the time.
Hell, as if we weren't before.
Yeah. Oh, yes. My boyfriend and I we were busy before, right? Working 8 to 10 hour days. And even now, 18 months later, we're still working 10 to 12 hour days.
Or more. Yeah.
Or more, right? Yeah. We're on all the time. And that's partially due to technology and just where we are right now. But it's just one of those things where if I take a day off, people can still reach me with chat. Yeah. And so I just tell my team, I'm turn it off your phone.
Right.
If you're going somewhere and you respond to a chat, we're going to have a conversation when you get back.
That may be a really good value proposition. I'm wondering if you might kind of bring it up and brag about it kind of thing, which is, we expect you, we're not going to tell you to take time off, but we expect you to. And you're going to get in big trouble if you're emailing after hours, right, or something. So we have to make it known that that's something that we expect. So would that be something a candidate would want to know? I don't want to get immersed into this where I'm on all the time.
That's exactly. That leads me right back to that gentleman who said, I want to be able to clock out at 5 o'clock and clock out at 5 o'clock, not have that responsibility.
Right.
And I think that's incredibly important. Absolutely.
I was also going to say, I think it's important with your nonverbals as well, right? So yes, you can say that, but you got to do it.
Oh yeah,
because your employees will do what you do.
Yeah.
Right. And this is so incredibly important and so hard to teach to leaders and managers. Is that I get that that you just want to get the thought out and you just want to get it out there and get it over and to drop it and you don't expect your employees to respond. But by sending that, you're unintentionally or subconsciously telling your employees that, oh, well, you're on at 7, so I should be on at 7.
Yeah, don't be a hypocrite.
Yeah.
Right.
So, and that's why I love Google because I can schedule it, right? I may be drafting emails until 7 p.m., but I'm going to schedule it to send at 9:15 the next morning.
Gotcha. Do we have one more burning question from the audience? Oh, okay. You're one? We just kept talking. I'm oh my gosh, Q&A.
Kind of more of a current question. So, we're seeing beside the tsunami, beside the, great resignation, we're also seeing all these mandates that are coming to HR, which to me are very concerning because there's a lot of compliance and penalties behind some things, but then they're asking us to do things that can get us in trouble at other places. And being a 100-employee company, I'm sure your employees are probably a little unsettled, what's going on. How are you guys maybe predicting or foreseeing how you would handle something like that with all the uncertainty and everything? Because that's going to cause another, another tsunami on top of the two we're already dealing with in the market. Yeah.
I think first and foremost, right, like I said, I started as a temp at SparkFun. I built rapport with the employees well before I was ever director of HR. So our employees know that one, I'm not going to do something that I think that I don't believe in, right? So they know that, and then our leadership team is the same way. So ever since COVID started, right, everything at the forefront of our mind has been, how do we keep our employees safe? How do we keep their families safe? Because that's our extended family. And so our employees know that, right? And so with all the mandates coming down, and this is funny because the CEO and I were just talking about this, because I was like, this is the first real sweeping time where the federal government has kind of put their hands in private organizations. And whatever your political beliefs are, it was just kind of like, huh, okay. And I actually read this morning that 24 states are suing against the 100-employee private organization mandate. So it's interesting to see what's going to happen. But on the whole, we had already asked and encouraged our employees to be vaccinated, to wear masks, to do things like that, to clean their workstations. And I think it really was like building that rapport first. And I realize that's a very ambiguous answer. But it was building the rapport first so the employees trust that what you're doing is in the best interest for them. And then, really listening to our employees. Like, we didn't necessarily put the mask mandate back in until Boulder County told us to. But our employees were asking for it. And then some of these other things are things where we're like, this is kind of a good policy just to have, even if technically it's not enforced for us. But yeah, HR is going to be fascinating to watch over the next year or so.
Probably not a role or position anybody's going to be signing up for anytime soon.
I don't know. It's going to be so fascinating. Like, it's just going to be really interesting to see. Like, the Great Resignation is one thing, but then you see, like, what are employees interested in? What do benefits look like? What are benefits that are cost effective? What are benefits that are going to have an ROI, right? Like, my goodness, like, people are going to be writing dissertations on HR for years to come. Data analytics.
Dare I say, it'll be unprecedented.
Yeah, no, I don't use that word. So I just noticing the time, and I want to thank you guys both so very much for coming here and for your coming on 4 legs. So let's give you guys a hand very much.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
Thanks for attending.
If you have any questions for either Kristen or for Mohammed, is there any way? Well, here's how. Wait a minute, I have a slide for that. If you'd like to reach Mohammed, we had an email address here and a phone number. You can take a picture with your phone if you like. We're going to have to turn the room over pretty quickly for the next session. So if I can have you all go ahead and when you do exit out the back. Again, thank you guys very much. I also want to obviously we're missing a thing. Our major sponsors. So we have, I'm going to make them up at this point in time. Manufacturer's Edge for our Speaker Hall co-sponsor, and OEdit, Colorado Economic Development, and their business ownership. And they both have a booth here at the trade show if you'd like any more information about them. Aerotech, First Bank, Precision Machine Products. Who am I forgetting? Plant Moran, thank you. Aerotech. Anybody else? You get bonus points.
Yeah.
First Bank, I said First Bank. So.
Everyone look at your name tags.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I really messed that one up. Thank you guys. Fledham Peterson, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. We could not do this without our sponsors, so thank you so very much. So this live stream is recording, and we'll have that link available for you soon, and we'll push that out and let you know how you can rewatch it. And again, thank you guys so very much for coming, and thank you guys for coming. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So quiet. Hi. We're live. Love it. Beauty of cybersecurity. My name is Jennifer Hagan-Deere. First of all, welcome to our last session of the day, cybersecurity. It won't happen to me, which we all know it could and might and probably will. My name is Jennifer Hagan-Deere. I am the COO for Manufacturer's Edge. We are co-sponsoring the Speakers Hall with OEdit. And Manufacturer's Edge, just quickly, just who we are, because I have to do that part, is we are one of 51 MEP centers around the country. We are the Manufacturing Extension Partnership for the state of Colorado. So our mission is to work with small and medium-sized manufacturers from front door to back door, C-suite to plant floor. So we can pretty much do anything they need. We have resources within the state. We partner with other organizations, and we also leverage federal labs, universities, and the other 50 states around the country. So we have someone that does cybersecurity on our payroll, and she writes white papers, and sometimes she speaks about cyber, and it scares me because I can't follow her conversations. But she knows a lot about it, and it's a topic that we all really need to know more about. We're delighted to be here and be a sponsor for NOCOM 2021, and we're big fans of NOCOM, so thank you for letting us be here. So let's get right to it. I guess I have to thank our major sponsors because that's our first thing. Aerotech, First Bank, Flood & Peterson, Plant Moran, and Precision Machine Products, and our Speaker Hall co-sponsor, Colorado Office of Economic Development, International Trade. The session is being live streamed and recorded and will be available after the show, and we'll send a link and follow-up communications. And so we're looking forward to bringing you a great conversation. Let's dive in. Your facilitator is Chris Sundberg. Should have asked about pronunciations too to make sure I don't mess it up.
Oh, you made it.
Okay,
We're
a
fine.
product cybersecurity engineer, corporate technology with Woodward. Chris has been involved with industrial control systems for over 15 years and a software developer for over 20, so he was 15 when he started. Chris started working in cybersecurity with Woodward customers to better understand the threats the customers face, as well as regulations from industry and government. Good luck with that, which offered him a unique perspective from a vendor of embedded controls as well as an end customer that is required to comply with the rules. And that's typically when we find they want cybersecurity is when they're required to comply with the rules. Panelist Ben Allen is owner of Allen CIO, which has been providing part-time technology oversight and IT strategy to mid-sized manufacturing businesses since 2019. Ben was the business technology liaison between the 35,000-person audit business unit at Pricewaterhouse and the global CIO, and with 20 years as the president of Allen Technology Advising, a technology consulting company that managed technology for manufacturing companies. Ben's companies have played a key role in the recovery of 22 ransomware attacks as of today. As of right now. Because of the business continuity and disaster recovery systems, there was almost no data losses in all cases. Additionally, all systems were back in operation in 18 of the cases within 8 hours. That's impressive. Panelist Al Harris is co-founder of Technical Framework LLC, a Northern Colorado-based information technology service provider since 2010, where he serves as a technology advisor. Al's passionate about helping small and mid-sized businesses defend against cyber attacks. Thank you very much for your service. Chris, I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you very much. Well, welcome to the panel. You know, we've been waiting for this for the last couple of months. We had our pre-call, and of course, between then and now, more things happen in cybersecurity. And it is the sneakiest part of the whole thing, are some of these attacks that we're dealing with. So, first question I want to ask the panelists here is, what's the sneaky cybersecurity attack you have seen in Colorado?
Al,
in Colorado.
Give it a shot.
You're going to pass off to me. Okay. I want to expand that a little bit to category of sneaky attack. And for us, we serve the small to mid-market size businesses, so about 10 to 200 people. That would be the insider threat. Okay, the insider threat is the one that plagues our clients the most, or has the greatest potential to plague them. The insider threat breaks down into 3 particular types of individuals. That is the careless, the compromised, and the malicious. Okay, so just like it sounds, careless folks, lose passwords, or they somehow skirt cybersecurity. The compromised folks are not necessarily careless, but they've had their credentials hijacked, and then the malicious folks, that's a disgruntled employee or contractor or partner, okay? And the way to mitigate these, of course, is to, as you're probably aware, is to log, monitor, and exercise least privilege, which is just jargon for need-to-know basis. And so I would have to say the attacks by insiders that are happening right before our eyes are, in my opinion, the sneakiest.
Interesting. One mitigation technique I'd like to kind of talk about, especially kind of around the careless insider threat that we see quite a bit, is training. From a cybersecurity perspective, how do you envision like that training impacting or mitigating that risk? And small, mid-sized companies have very few dollars to spend on cybersecurity. Do you think training provides a big enough bang for that buck?
I think it depends on the environment and the type of end users we're talking about, the type of employees. Security awareness training, as you gentlemen are aware, is very critical, and not only trains end users on how to interact with attachments, emails, and various other types of data, but it also brings security to top of mind, okay? It fosters a security and defense culture within the company, exuding that, hey, we are looking for this, we are watching out. This is not just talk and hearsay. And that's going to instill certain habits and traits in the minds of the end users. And of course, security awareness training is not the only element, but it's a big one.
That's a tool in the toolbox, as we all know. So, Ben, what have you seen as far as sneaky attacks in Colorado around cybersecurity?
So here's my sneaky attack that I got to witness last year. I got brought into a manufacturer that does about $300,000 a day in manufacturing for the sole purpose of they wanted to go from one managed service provider to another managed service provider. Something where I was like, I don't know really the value that I can really bring. But as we were doing that transition, there was something there that didn't look right with their backups. And I contacted the existing managed service provider to say, I don't know if these are going off site. And the owner of the company emailed me and he's like, oh no, we're good, we're fine. Well, December 25th, Christmas, 1 a.m. in the morning, they got hit. And a sneaky aspect is that they clearly had been within the systems for some time. They must have had a keylogger because they knew how to log into the network attached storage device. That's important because it held 125,000 backup files going back the last 2.5 years. What is interesting is when that managed service provider told us the backups were working fine, because we were switching companies, it still seemed to make sense to go, let's take a copy of all of those backup files. And so 2 days before the incident, on the 23rd, I'd asked the CFO for $600. We put a USB drive in place and copied off the most important servers, filled up the drive, hooked up the next one on the 24th, but the night of the 24th, that backup drive that was attached to the network attached storage device with all the backups, it got encrypted, all the servers got encrypted, and the network storage device, they had formatted the drives, they'd broken how the drives connect to each other, and they'd reset the system so that when you log into it, it's like, hey, we're a brand new system. Do you want to set this up? Well, I'd only grabbed half the backups, but I grabbed the most important half, so their production was up within 4 hours. Now that's critical because the ransom, $2 million. They priced it correctly because if this company was down on production for, say, 10 days, that's $3 million. At $300,000 a day, they're 7 by 24. And so very sneaky that they hit December 21st, that they're watching, and they've been in there, what we found out was for several months. They sat there and watched what was going on, and the happy news to the story is they did something, they slipped up. Instead of encrypting that whole network attached storage device with all the backups, they just formatted it, Well, data recovery places, in a matter of 6 days, were able to get back 125,000 backup files. We didn't lose a single file from the backups that happened on the 24th. And so it was amazingly lucky, but as they say, luck tends to,
Favors are prepared?
Thank you, Al.
That, I was going to say that luck also tends to favor the foolish too, but that's amazing. You know, you're right. It's lucky. 90% of the time, resolving some of these cybersecurity issues can be lucky.
Yeah.
You know, and that was an amazing detection story as well. You know, having to go through, figure out how long they were in place, how much lateral movement they did, and the casing of the event.
Yeah.
You know, 9 times out of 10, you don't know that they're there. Especially that SolarWinds issue we had earlier this year, which was an authentic update that went out to these folks. It was on a network performance management thing. It had credentials. It had the ability to watch encrypted traffic all over the place. You knew who to get into. You knew what to get into. But they targeted a very small number of actual companies really actually took advantage of that. That's really fascinating. So Al, you know, kind of back to your sneaky characteristic. Given the fact that, you know, sometimes we may have disgruntled employees or employees that are going to, you know, leave presence when they leave from a cyber perspective, what are some techniques you would use to identify that from like a logging perspective or from just tools that we may have that we can take part in?
Well, I think you can approach that in 2 ways. One way is to set up logging individually on every system, which is more realistic than the second method, which is user behavior analysis software, which actually tracks, logs, and uses some artificial intelligence to inform management that there's suspicious activity going. Okay, that's analysis of aggregate data, how users are behaving, internet access to sites, and so forth. Going back to the first method, which is a method we use because we're dealing with limited budgets, small to medium-sized companies, is we set up logging on servers, firewalls, and various other devices to try and track, you know, events like an excess of data being downloaded, okay, or you know, multiple failed access attempts to a sensitive resource like the HR repository. That type of logging tends to be the biggest bang for the buck when you're talking about, I would say 10 to 50 employee type company.
Right, cool. Ben, how about yourself?
I want to echo what Al's saying. In particular, what Al didn't say, which is, we log into the machines once a week. We take a look at things. The days of manually evaluating what's going on are over. And whether it's AI, automation, or in many cases, even these companies that are 1,000 employees, for them to be outsourcing this to another company and outsourcing it to a company that they have the software and that bigger organization is overseeing to make sure that someone like Al is doing his job. The point is we're seeing more and more that companies that used to have an internal IT department and they did everything, they're becoming smarter by finding more and more ways to outsource to other companies because they can't be experts in everything. And the biggest bang for the buck that I see in a manufacturing organization with an IT department is the IT department is strategic. They're finding better systems to use, focusing on training. The things that can be automated or done by people even in other countries, it's best to outsource that so that they stay focused on really return on investment, which is the big thing.
Cool. All right, we're gonna go one more sneaky scenario. And I'm just gonna see how you guys would handle this because this is something that is starting to hit the news. So I have my iPhone and I lost my original Apple manufacturing cable and I bought one from what looked like a reputable store on Amazon. And I don't know of any policy that I have about plugging my phone into the computer to charge it. So let's say there's an issue with that cable. How, as a small business, would you identify maybe a cyber vulnerability inside that cable, like a keylogger or something like that? Al, why don't you go first?
Well, I think this borders on the BYOD, which is bring your own device, threat. And the way we are working on handling that with small and medium-sized businesses is to essentially whitelist devices. So if I'm not mistaken, we're talking about the potentially malware on the iPhone or a rogue app accessing data on the network through either my PC or just directly through the Wi-Fi. And when we whitelist devices, which means allowing access to a specific set of devices identified by their hardware serial number or the MAC address, which is synonymous with hardware serial number, we can allow just the devices that are authorized, and all the other devices will be unauthorized. Now, if it's a case with needing to access the internet through your personal phone, there's always the ability to segment the network so that there is a barrier between those BYOD devices or personal devices and the corporate devices.
Excellent advice. Ben, anything to add?
Everything else, no. So I want to actually, I'm going to take this high level for a moment if I may.
Sure.
Because I think your question really is scary from the standpoint of the business owners or IT leaders. There's just so much stuff. Where do they start? They might go away going, oh my gosh, I got to address my USB. And I want to pull it back to the fundamentals for just a moment. One of which, Al, you hit on. I'm going to say I like to say there's four. The first one, as you said, segmentation. What does that mean? Well, for example, your guest wireless does not connect to the local network, cannot see the servers. Your production network, the best way to deal with this in companies is an air gap. An air gap means it's not connected to anything. If you need to update a device that's on your production network, you bring USB. Oof, wait, hold on. Back. So, but the point is that air gap network is an example of segmentation. But the backups in business continuity and testing to make sure that that works is so important that if you stay focused on, I got to fix that USB, but you forget about the big thing, which is the backups in business continuity. And in addition, and this really does hit on what you're saying, which is simply that the security suite that you put in place on all the computers is critical as well. And it's things like that that you're trusting a provider to be able to address all these things, but you'll never be an expert. You've got to invest in the right IT company generally. And ideally, I don't care how big you are, the idea is hopefully to outsource it to a company you watch over. You don't do it yourself because you want to lean on experts that are constantly being trained and updated, and that's their job. Just to add, the fourth thing is, to your point earlier, the training. That if you also have the end user training, it just comes in so often via email that if you're training people on what's going on and being able to educate them when they click on the wrong button, that's the fourth thing that I think is just critical. So,
good. That's pretty good. Okay, cool. Now we're going to go on to the next question. And it's kind of related to kind of your scenario that you initially had. We're going to talk about ransomware a little bit. Ransomware is in the news right now. If you've looked at kind of what's happened in the past week, we've had a resurgence of a brand new gang, well, a rehashed gang, Black Matter, which appears to be related to dark sides. They were relatively active the last couple of weeks. They attacked Olympus, which for those of us born in the 80s was a great camera manufacturer / micro recorder company, but now pivoted into medical technology. And then a farm cooperative in Iowa was attacked, but also a marketing firm, cloud-based marketing firm called Marketron that handled media and advertising revenue was also attacked. Same group that attacked him. So from a ransomware strategy, I'm going to put you guys are going to kind of pivot here. You guys are going to become asset owners. Okay. And I'm going to start with Ben this time. As an asset owner, ransomware-wise, what keeps you up at night?
Well, for me, it is the testing. That since the last time I tested, what's happened? Have things changed? That what freaks me out is that no matter how good you are, having the different layers of backups, for example, whether you're doing to the cloud and off to tape and things like that. But it's the testing that makes me feel good. But it is the case that between the testing, I get kind of freaked out because I know that in many of these businesses, you could be dealing with $1 million, $10 million, $100 million, where That's wonderful if you have cybersecurity insurance. But it doesn't mean your business is going to last if you get hit. Getting some money from an insurance company doesn't mean, if you have Department of Defense contracts, that's a big deal. And so that keeps me up. But the other part that's the new thing that freaks me out is the fact that in the old days, well, heck, even to December when we got hit, people put all their data on servers. They have all their data, HR data, finance data on one place. And if someone gets into that, they might encrypt it, and I can go, great, I got backups, I'm fine. No, they took all the finance and HR data, copied it up to the dark web, and they tell you if you don't give them money, they're going to publish this on the World Wide Web. Yeah. All the HR records, the medical records from employees, things like that. And that keeps me up at night from the standpoint of getting that data off that repository that isn't segmented, that it's all in one place and getting it into different places. And until I do that, that keeps me up at night.
Cool. Al, as an asset owner, what would keep you up at night?
Well, we have two categories of assets. We have our own internal assets, and we're also responsible for the assets of our clients. So, of course, I'm thinking about client assets because we feel like we have our internal systems shored up. And with regard to client assets, two things come to mind with respect to loss of sleep. One is prevention, the other one is recovery. And you've done a great job, Ben, of talking about recovery. From a standpoint of prevention, I'm going to go back to the insider threat. Okay, there's recent reports of an old phenomenon, which is ransomware gangs hiring internal employees and paying them a part of the ransom. Okay, I'll give you an example of recent. In 2020, a foreign hacker, I won't mention countries, flew to San Francisco, rented a car, and bought a phone, met with a person he was recruiting from Tesla, who was supposed to help distribute malware within the Tesla organization. That employee went to the FBI, so danger averted. Between 2013 and 2019, another foreign hacker worked with people inside of AT&T to successfully compromise the company, and they were also insiders. So I think you have to go back to the insider threat. That obviously is a malicious one, and lock that situation down. Once you have the safeguards in place, the rest of the prevention is just good cyber hygiene, the patching, the perimeter security, et cetera. So those are the things that we're thinking about.
I love the human intelligence piece of it. So one way to mitigate that risk is reading some good John le Carre novels or Tom Clancy. So as a virtual CISO, going in as kind of your role in what Alan's CIO kind of does, what have you done from a ransomware perspective to kind of coach some of the companies you work with?
So I am dealing more with companies that have IT departments or have IT people. As I mentioned earlier, a big thing is that outsourcing, that finding the things that if we can determine another company can do this for you that's better, let's outsource it. You don't want the headache. You don't want to have to worry about it. But I would say the coaching I do comes down to simply this. I want everybody in IT to be able to go on vacation without bringing their cell phone. And that piece of advice, which sounds strange, is behind everything else we're trying to do. To be able to pull that off, it means that we have to be on top of the business continuity and things that, to be specific, the concept of a tabletop exercise, which, if I may, put this back on you for a moment.
Yeah.
Can you describe what a tabletop exercise looks like?
Well, tabletop exercise, actually, it's kind of cool. You're basically taking a scenario and presenting it to your IT team or your business continuity team and running through the steps you would do to resolve an issue. There's actually a off-the-shelf game or off-the-shelf card deck you can buy called Backdoors and Breaches by Black Hills Security, which actually does a pretty good job of doing these tabletop exercises to run through. You do have to have a Dungeons and Dragons expert as far as rolling the dice and running the scenario. But for the most part, I think our small businesses could probably handle that, especially if we have young people joining. But anyway, the benefit about that is you're given a scenario, you're walking through an incident, you're walking through, hey, am I going to look at this log? Am I going to look at this network diagram? Oh no, something else has popped up over here. And then who are you going to engage? What kind of processes do you have in your company to help mitigate this issue? Who are you going to call?
Yeah.
A really good example running through a tabletop exercise is, okay, let's look at our event logs. Well, I've outsourced my event logs. It's going to someone in Denver. I can't get access to them for like 24 to 48 hours after I put a request in. Well, is that really an appropriate level of service? Do I need to look at speeding that kind of stuff up? If I do have to do a notification, who do I engage from a communication standpoint? Obviously, in the larger companies, you got communication departments, you got legal and compliance, you got people you can kind of lean on. But for smaller companies, the person in HR may also double as corporate communications. It may also have to double as a legal liaison.
Yeah.
So the important thing about tabletop exercises is it helps you condition you, practice, get that muscle memory going of an incident response. It helps you examine what kind of policies you may need in-house and what your shortcomings are going to be.
And I will say, Chris forwards articles to me. He forwarded an article from an organization, CIS, that's very well known. And it had the tabletop exercise. And I'm like, all right, let's see what the first tabletop exercise is. And it was, you go into the office and all the servers and every single workstation says, you've got ransomware. And I'm like, couldn't we start with something a little easier? I thought we were like, move our way into that. But the last point I think I want to make to your question is what I see being critical in the sense of being able to go on vacation without your cell phone is the intense documentation and understanding how to document everything, which follows a concept of cross-training in the organization. And when you put those two things together, you don't want ever to be succumbed to the Mack truck theory, where someone gets hit by a Mack truck and you're like, we don't know how to log into the servers anymore. You've got to have that in these organizations, and a lot of times, even in 50 million, that's small. They have people who have everything in their head. They have to take their cell phone on vacation. Not acceptable. So that's what I would share.
Good. Al, what have you seen from kind of your interaction with your clients and stuff like that, as far as some good ransomware coping strategies or preventive maintenance, if you will, against ransomware?
Well, again, we have prevention and we have recovery, and I think a lot of times those are used synonymously. I think that the saying is prevention is ideal, but recovery is a must. So we have to have recovery capabilities, and that I find to be best provided by a system that has your servers and data on standby. In other words, you could basically switch to it.
Right.
And it has to be an immutable system, which means the ransomware and other types of malware cannot affect it. Okay? If your system does become, as a whole, unusable, you have to be able to switch within something like 24 hours is our threshold for our customers to that particular system and at least operate at a basic level.
Do you find customers practicing that very often?
We find that it's based on their budget. Okay? We have small customers with small budgets that are willing to wait for data to be restored over a period of days or even weeks. They've understood this. Then we have other clients that they absolutely cannot be down for more than 24 hours.
Right.
And they do have to invest in the standby systems, which, in my opinion, if you compare the cost to the downtime, the cost isn't all that great.
That's good. I think that's a really important piece to make, especially in your risk analysis and risk tolerance. As a company or as an asset owner, how long can you be down? How long can you afford to be down? And what's my tolerance about bringing stuff back up? And we're kind of right-sizing that strategy.
Yeah, so you're aware, and I know we've talked about this in prior discussions, but we refer to that as RTO, Recovery Time Objective.
Yep.
That's one of the biggest factors in deciding what a disaster recovery system should have. And then the recovery point objective is another large factor among others, which is the date and time of the oldest viable backup. For example, if your accounting system goes down, how far back can you go and still operate within the accounting department? Most accounting systems can't have data that's more than a day or two old, especially if you're entering hundreds or thousands of transactions every 24 hours.
Right. Excellent.
And I do know that, Al, I'm familiar with the systems that you use, and a lot of times the question of how far back can we go, there's usually two answers, 15 minutes or an hour. It's one of those two. It's not, well, a couple days. No, they don't say that. And the cool thing is that on your side, it's just something you put in there. It can go every 15 minutes or an hour. It doesn't change the system very much. And even your recovery time objective, how long it takes to restore, a lot of the systems that, again, I know you use, 4 hours is plenty of time to bring up systems if you really have these recovery systems installed on site. That's what they're meant to do, because really you're not supposed to be surprised when you get hit by ransomware. You're supposed to go, yep, expected that. We tested this a couple weeks ago. Bam, you're back up, and we'll deal with that recovery, that system that got hit tomorrow because we got other things on the schedule today. That's almost how it works. It is how we've had it in the past. That's true. I'm not feeding stuff that you don't actually do. Correct, Al?
You're right on the money.
Okay, good.
Well, Ben, you are sharp today.
Woo, watch out.
Okay, so final question, then we'll get into some QA from the audience. This has to be, it's the pandemic question, of course. We hear a lot about cyber hygiene. We just talked about, we mentioned it in passing and stuff like that. What comes to mind when we talk about cyber hygiene, just in general, on the IT and OT side, for our audience? So Al, I'll let you go first.
That's a long list. We have to, pare down to the very critical. I think that, first of all, you have to have excellent backups, whether you're an individual user or a company of users. Backups, recovery capabilities like the ones we've been, talking about in the last few minutes are imperative, because all the prevention in the world may not finally work to prevent data loss. You have to be able to bring it back, and you have to be able to bring back a relatively fresh copy. Beyond that, I think we have to look at patching and malware protection. Okay, patching is basically software updates, not just of the operating system, but software updates for the third-party products that create that porous middle layer of vulnerability. And then credential protection. Password managers, whether it's a company-wide system or on an individual basis, password managers do a lot to protect us. They flag whether a particular website that we're using or an online service that we're using has been compromised, thereby leaking our email address or other identity information. They help us create unique passwords. They essentially offload all of the brain work that's involved in password management, remembering all those passwords, to an app. And we have been asked, is it wise to put all of your eggs in one basket? What if my password manager database is compromised? And I think that's a good question. You have to use a system that has multiple factors of authentication to access the passwords. We also want to consider it's the least of evils, because if you put all your passwords in a spreadsheet or a note file, that's also one basket, and that's the worst way to go. So password managers are key. And I think those would be the top for me.
I love that, password managers. Yeah. It's simple, effective, and has a corollary to the Rolodex, just encrypted.
Right, it's the thing that we've seen in IT is that someone goes to buy some shoes at like sweetmoccasins.com, and they put in their email address and they enter in the password that they always use everywhere. Well, sweetmoccasins.com does not have great cybersecurity, and if their server gets attacked and they don't have those passwords encrypted, let's take that email address and password and see if we can log into the email server. And the other thing that I know you would agree 100% with is that if you have an email system that you can log into and it doesn't have the multi-factor authentication where you need to put in a code from your phone, I think we'd all agree that's huge. Do that tomorrow.
Yep.
Everybody has to have that. Without it, someone from Iran can log into your email account with that password they found. So I'm in complete agreement about the password management software. I think that makes sense. I think the new cyber cleansing thing that we're also seeing is that it is things like the data that could hurt you. Let's say you're a Department of Defense and you keep plans. Well, do you need plans from last year sitting on a server that everybody in that department can access? And I would say cyber hygiene means once a year or every 6 months, you need to get that data off the network. You need to make it accessible, air gap it, make it so you can't even get to it, that it's sitting on tapes that are off-site. So I think that's important from a cyber hygiene standpoint. I think there are procedures that in our world, there's acceptable use agreements that we want everybody to adhere to. And as changes come up, we need a mechanism. It might be a learning management system where there's an update and I need everybody in the company to sign off. Now, let me tell you what you don't do. You don't send an email to everybody and go, hey, make sure you remember this. People don't read email. Do you know that? If you say, do something on email, they probably won't, has been my personal experience. But the same thing holds true with other documentation, like just the security response plan. When you get hit, do you have something to follow that you could test when we're doing those tabletop exercises and improve upon? What we know about testing is every single time you test, you find something new that you didn't realize before, and you incorporate it into the plan. It is not a destination to create these. You have to continually work on them. So I think that would be a few things that I would share. Any other comments, Al?
Yep, I think that's a good set of advice there.
Yep, I'm gonna just throw out one more part about cyber hygiene, and it's actually kind of funny because my role, I'm often in industrial control systems, cyber physical systems on the OT side, and we've always preached segmentation. Segment your IT from your OT, your manufacturing floor from your information technologies. If there's one thing that Colonial Pipeline and some of these other attacks have taught us, is you now need to do the same thing on your IT side, but with your crown jewels, with your key systems like accounting, like finance, like ERP, to keep your business going if you do get hit. So that only a segment of that business is stopped while you're recovering, but you can still keep product flowing. So I think that's going to be kind of the big thing in 2022, is that kind of segmentation, which keeps IT people busy and not messing around with OT side stuff. So, all right. So thank you very much for those questions. I'm going to open it up to audience. No questions?
Probably don't need the microphone if we're close enough.
Is he close enough? You don't need a microphone? Sound check?
In terms of ransomware threats, what is the risk of someone getting into your system and sitting there for months, and you're copying that over onto your backups as well? What is that risk?
I think it's pretty high. It depends on how they got in, how they attacked, how they got that infiltration, and that lateral movement. But the longer they are in place, the longer they go undetected, the more chances they have to incorporate backdoors, incorporate time bombs into a lot of these devices, a lot of those backups.
So your best accounting record might be 6 months old.
It could be. And part of that is you don't know it until you get hit, and you don't know it until you get a lesson learned to figure out how do you counteract that in the future. What kind of detection can you use?
Did you say, like if you go to backups, your concern was if someone is in the system and you're backing up that someone that's in the system, are you concerned that you might lose 6 months of accounting data because they were in the system during that time? Was that what you alluded to?
No, the backup also being compromised.
I haven't seen that yet. If we've got a good data backup that's verified, which is what the software does, I think the data is fine. The question that comes to mind that you said is that when you go to restore that server, they're still in because you restored the bad guy. He didn't get out, which I would share with you the problem that we had. Actually, do you mind if I go on a tangent for 2 minutes?
No, sure.
Great, thanks.
Go ahead.
So, so the problem that I described in December when we got hit, the question is, well, how'd they do it? Then the answer is that the firewall that we deployed 2 years ago, I say we, the company that had the contract put in a firewall and they didn't update it. Now with a firewall, there's kind of two things you have to do. Number one, you have to have the right software on it, which is basically all the protection, the malware, that could be the web filtering software so you don't go to the right place. And that's the one thing, you got to keep it up to date. And the second thing is something called firmware. And that's kind of like the software for that piece of hardware is what firmware does. They had never updated it. And this was a device that's called a Fortinet. It's a FortiGate firewall made by Fortinet. They had a little security flaw, and it's this. If you use it for VPN, which is when someone logs into the corporate network from outside the network so that it feels like they're on the internal network, if you VPN in and you turn that on, there's actually a set of characters that you can send through the internet to that port that pops out all of the usernames and passwords that were used to log into the device. This is beyond horrible. They released patches, they told everybody, but no one told this company, and they didn't update it. And a new company that took over also didn't realize it, so they got hit again and again. And we didn't understand what was going on. So we were doing full restores trying to figure it out until we hired a penetration test. So it was that particular problem. And the other thing I would share with you is I just had a company it's 5 companies that do circuit boards and they do Department of Defense work. So they have to get all this compliance in place. But they're getting cybersecurity insurance. It's a good idea. It's a very nice thing to have. But that cybersecurity insurance policy says, hey, if you get hit and you haven't kept one of your devices up to date, we're not paying. Mm-hmm. And so if this company that had that firewall and purchased cybersecurity insurance got hit, the insurance company would be like, hey, forget that, we're not doing it. And it just brings me back to my original point. I was telling Al that even these bigger companies that Al doesn't touch right now that could be a $50, $100 million company, I see companies like Al's being responsible for keeping everything firmware updated, and the IT department is just making sure that Al is doing his job. And they're checking those things. They don't do it, they check. And that checks and balances, it's so critical because most business owners have no idea. And if you have someone who's responsible for doing it and no one's checking it, my funny thing is if that person is a really nice person that you love and gets along with everybody, they're probably doing a really lousy job with security and business continuity. Just throwing that out. So, thank you.
No, that's a great tangent. That's an awesome tangent. That's patching is like a fundamental.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of like the Broncos offense. Get a good quarterback in, you're set. Alan, you got any follow-up on that?
I just want to tell everyone that Ben is not on the payroll for Technical Framework, but he will be after today.
I'm hoping so. Come on.
May I ask a question of the gentleman? Are you asking about an individual laptop or a company of computers being backed up?
I'm just asking generally.
Okay.
I don't have any specific.
You can. I think you ask a very good question. Is what if that persistent threat, the person or the hacker that's been in your system watching things and monitoring them, affecting your backups? You might look for backup systems that have 2 particular characteristics. One is zero knowledge, which means that only you can see the data that's stored in that repository in the cloud via an encryption key that you set. Okay? That encryption key would, of course, be stored in a password manager. as we talked about before, not in a notepad file. You're probably aware of that. And then that backup system also uses two-factor authentication. Okay, that adds barriers against that persistent threat actor gaining access to your backups. Okay, and then of course those backups can't be just 1 or 2 versions. You want ideally a very long history of backups so that if 1 or 2 are corrupted, let's say he attacked your system or she attacked your system and has been in it for 3 months, you can go back 4 months and still get to your data. Okay, and one product that does that, and this is not a promotion and we're not an affiliate of that product, is Crash Plan.
What's it called?
Crash Plan.
Crash.
Just like it sounds. There are many good products, but that's one of them. But the key words are zero knowledge and, of course, two-factor authentication, which I'm glad you brought up.
Cool. Well, with that, I want to thank the panelists for their time. I think it was a great conversation.
Thanks, Chris.
You know, and I'm sure we'll see everyone out on the web about cybersecurity. You know, it's not going away anytime soon. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you guys. Really, it's entertaining and informative. In that, not necessarily in that order, but no, thank you for coming. And for everyone that was watching, and this video again will be available after the event, so I think I'll be sharing it with my staff, so I'll tell you that, because even though we have a cyber person, we don't practice what we preach. But also, if we'll have your contact information up, and if people that view the video are interested in contacting you, contact information. Also, just again, to thank our sponsors, and this is our last event today, Aerotech, First Bank, Flood & Peterson, Plant Moran, and Precision Machined Products, and then, of course, Colorado Office of Economic Development and International Trade. So I didn't try to do that from memory because I've learned that doesn't work. So thank you, guys, and again, thanks for being here. Peace out.